Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru dunia berbeda, berbeda manapun di Salangkara, manapun di Salangkara. Bertemu lawanlah adinda, adinda iman bidadara, semalayang iman bidadara, semalayang. Sayang si patoka amat tego gorokan sayang si patoka amat tego gorokan sayang sajojo you madam komi sabab pare samuna muna keke soleram anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya kampung nan jauh di mata kunwangsan sebaku liliang takkan aja kawan alamu sangke basuh yang surya.
Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bermegah, bermegah, bermanapun di Samangkaram, bermanapun di Samangkaram. Bertemu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman di dadara, Samalayang iman di dadara, Samalayang. Sayang, sayang, si patoka amat tego, tego gorokan. Sayang, 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 si patoka amat tego, tego gorokan. Sayang, sajojo, sajojo. You madam ko bisa papare sa muna 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 keke, sa muna 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 keke. Soleram, 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 anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah pipinya. Kampuangan jauh di Batu, Kunwangsan saya berkuliah, takkan aja kawan-kawan alamu, sangke basuh yang suria. Tak lelo, 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 ledo, sak menang, ojo pijar nangis, anakku sing ayu rupane, tetia pandekare bangsa.
Proklamasi kami bangsa Indonesia dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara yang sama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Hello and welcome to the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. I am Shoaib Khagda, founder of the Indonesia Economic Forum, and it is my pleasure and privilege to be your host over these 3 days. Yesterday we had some insightful sessions on how the government has managed to bring the pandemic under control, and now the country can look forward to regaining its economic growth momentum. We also had speakers who gave us insights into the fast expanding and indeed evolving world of digital assets, blockchain, decentralized finance, and how these technologies will shape our future. I can say with confidence that we are indeed entering a brave new world, where the virtual world will merge into the physical world. Today we will focus on a larger picture of how the pandemic has reshaped the global economic order. No nation has escaped the grip of the pandemic, and as we learn, Europe is facing another surge in infections and governments there have begun lockdowns. 2021 has been a year of uncertainty, both economically and politically. We have seen the US withdraw from Afghanistan, oil and commodity prices rising, global supply chains being disrupted, inflation rearing its head again, and of course the continued face-off between the United States and China. The recent conclusion of COP26 and the commitment to phase out fossil fuels and transition to green energy will have far-reaching consequences for nations such as Indonesia, which are major producers of fossil fuels. It is clear the world is transitioning to a new economic world order post-COVID-19. As such, there needs to be some serious thinking of a number of key issues such as globalization, producing locally versus globally, free trade versus protectionism, the issues of taxation, who to tax, is a wealth tax going to come about, and who will benefit from these taxes? How will international financial and trade flows change? How will speculation versus corporate responsibility play out? Democracy and the rule of law. This will impact privacy regulation versus surveillance and data collection. There will be a change in geopolitical relations between the states, between regions, and in fact even among multilateral institutions such as like the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations. Will there be rivalry or will there be solidarity? We will also need to deal with trans-border collective problems such as climate change, health. The pandemic has shown that geographical borders will not prevent another pandemic. How will we balance market forces against collective resource management and recognizing global public goods? The pandemic has altered our world in unimaginable ways. We can no longer assume that we can get on a flight and travel anytime we want. New words such as vaccine travel lanes, PCR testing have now become common lingo. The pandemic is not just an accelerator. It has introduced profound changes on many levels. Each country's economic strength, confidence, and indeed power will be affected in the post-pandemic world, which in turn may shift the hierarchy and balance amongst nations, especially here in Southeast Asia. Will we see resource nationalism and vaccine nationalism rise? And will it affect the physical recovery of Southeast Asian nations? But it would also play a role in determining the future alignment of regional politics. We are entering a new age of uncertainty on multiple levels. We can no longer take for granted the relative peace we have enjoyed in the region in the past half century. To discuss these issues and to provide some insights, we are delighted to have with us today some rare global thought leaders who we hope will give us some idea of what the post-pandemic world will look like. I would like to thank all our partners, Toko Crypto, with us worldwide, Intel, Microsoft, IBG, and Orbit Future Academy for your support. The Indonesia Economic Forum believes in collaboration and co-creation. So without your active support and inputs, this forum would not have been possible. A big thank you to all our partner organizations, Synthesis Communications Indonesia, the Singapore Chamber of Commerce in Indonesia, AmCham Indonesia, the Singapore Business Federation and Global Connect, FPCI, Kairos and Castle Asia, as well as our media partners Cognito and Argo Asia. Lastly, I would like to thank all our participants who have joined us from across the world, including the United States, Europe, India, Dubai, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, and of course, right here across Indonesia. The IEF is also being broadcast live on Facebook and YouTube, with participants on Zoom being able to engage with all our speakers. We have a global audience and we have world-class speakers. So without further ado, let's get started. Welcome back. To start off today, we have one of Indonesia's foremost thinkers and I would say thought leaders on a range of issues. Pak Gita Wirawan, of course, is a well-known personality in Indonesia. He has been a former Minister of Trade. He has led Indonesia's push to get investments into Indonesia. And of course, he has been one of the leading proponents of how Indonesia can play a role in this fast-changing world. Pak Gita, it's always an honor and a privilege to have you join us at the Indonesia Economic Forum. It's already the 8th year, and I think you have been with us from the very first year. So, Pak Gita, thank you so much for being with us again today. Pak Gita, is your sound on?
Yep, I'm on. I can hear you fine.
Okay, Pak Gita. Thank you so much for coming and joining us today. We are going to start this morning with a broad-based discussion and really what are some of the key things that you see emerging in the post-COVID economic order? What have you been focusing on? Maybe we can get started by, just kind of, telling us how do you see this post-pandemic economic order emerging? We need the Pacific, Asia-Pacific initially and also globally.
Thanks. I think it's safe to assume that broadly, not just within the Asia-Pacific region, that there has been and there is likely to be a continuation of some sort of a K-curve recovery, right, from an economic standpoint. What I mean by K is that there is a part of the curve that basically goes up, and this is manifested in what we might have been seeing in the natural resource space, and also the digital space, and also the healthcare space. Whereas the lower part, or the part that goes downward, is manifested in some of the more traditional areas or sectors, which would include the day traders at the markets and the people involved in the construction sector, the real estate, and anything that would have required physical mobility to a great extent, and anything that's filled with people who have basically not been able to make the necessary adjustment. And I think this is a general observation, throughout the world, not just uniquely within the Asia-Pacific region. The second observation is that, we have seen massive, amounts of liquidity, prevailing even on a pre-COVID basis, and it's been punctuated by a massive degree of quantitative easing exercises being done by the developed economies, inclusive of the US, the EU, the UK, Japan, and China to some extent. And this delta of liquidity has, been trapped, unfortunately, mostly in the capital markets instruments without being able to trickle down to the bottom of the pyramid. As a result of which, we've seen, I think, a greater unequalization of, you name it, be it economic wherewithal, social, cultural, political, and geopolitical wherewithals. But most notably, I think within the economic space, where we've seen a rise of, Gini coefficient ratio, not just within the developing economy space, but also the developed economy space. This is likely to linger on. These two observations are likely to linger on, and we still have no grip on when we're going to see the end of this. As much as we've seen a massive degree of vaccination in many countries around the world, and to some extent in Indonesia, but we've also seen how the mutations and the variations of the virus could reemerge, at a time when people may not be ready. And this, I think, poses, a high degree of uncertainties to our ability to move physically, to engage in, anonymous interaction, and to some extent, our economic, recovery, be it from a demand side or also on a supply side. The third observation would be that we have seen how inequality has been somewhat correlated with not just money, the way money is being distributed, but it's to some extent correlated with how technological innovations have been basically utilized. And I've been saying this a few times lately, in that I think it's kind of a mockery to equate freedom of speech with algorithmic amplification, where we have seen, within the social media space, technology basically allowing its own algorithm to amplify narratives that are a lot more divisive, a lot more polarizing, as opposed to those that would have been a lot more judicious, a lot more wise. And partly because the wise narratives are basically, sitting within the silent majority, which remains silent. But also, secondly, the wise narratives are not being amplified to the extent that it's needed to basically neutralize, if not equalize, the narratives that may lack in wisdom and good nature. So these are, I think, some of the key observations that I would regard as characterizing what COVID has impacted, or how COVID has impacted humanity, and how it's likely to impact all of us in a near foreseeable future. But beyond all this, I'm quite optimistic with respect to a number of things in terms of how technology is going to play a net positive role for purposes of humanity.
Pak Gita, I think that you mentioned two key points. One is, of course, the massive amount of liquidity in the markets, and how that has probably widened the wealth gap across many societies, and that married to what I would call COVID fatigue in many societies. As you can see in Europe today, there are riots because the government is talking about another lockdown. People are just tired of this. And I think those two, the wealth gap and this fatigueness with COVID, do you see those two factors or forces leading to more widespread social disharmony? And it's happening in Europe to a certain extent. You can see it quite visible in the United States. We haven't seen it so much in Asian societies yet. But do you see that happening here too?
I do, and unfortunately or fortunately, depending on which side of the coin you're on, policy postures are, to a lot of extent, influenced by people with money, right? And the sad part about COVID is that COVID has resulted in a deceleration of economic growth all over the place. And when growth trajectories are decelerating, your ability to redistribute welfare declines. And as your ability to redistribute welfare declines, that will only augment, inequality, will intensify inequality, intensify Gini coefficient ratio. So I think we've got to be, really, really sensitive to how we want to move forward, and we're not going to be able to, you know, avoid seeing the kinds of things that you've described or alluded to, unless and until we do something about redistribution of welfare. And this is manifested in what I've alluded to earlier in terms of how a lot of the liquidity that's been floating around is just being hijacked, within the capital markets instruments without being able to trickle down to the bottom, of the pyramid. And I do believe that, there needs to be some ability to develop our cognitive, immunity, so that we can better separate facts from fiction, in that, we can more objectively evaluate and assess data points that are important for us to either build nations or, rebuild or build a better global order going forward.
There has been a lot of talk about, wealth taxes, and governments increasing the taxation rates on the wealthy and redistributing it through social welfare networks to what you allude the bottom of the pyramid. Do you think that is workable? Or would that disrupt economic activity, economic growth?
You can do it in an incrementalist type of manner, right? I don't suggest, I'm not in a camp that believes that we've got to basically do it, all in one go. But if the question is with regards to whether or not it's going to work, yes, it's going to work to some degree, but whether or not it's doable, I think that's a totally separate question, because the doability of imposing some sort of a wealth tax, I think, correlates with, how you can actually rejig the political process or the political equation within which, I think the wealthy people are so influential in basically creating or framing the policy postures, not only for themselves, but for everybody else, which could be a little bit more unfortunate as opposed to, fortunate.
Right. Yeah, so I think that's going to play out over the next few years. But I think the social repercussions of this widening wealth gap is something that I think we'll have to. I mean, both governments and private businesses will have to watch.
I think, sure. The reality is that we don't have to refer to the developing economies. We can refer to the developed economies. Take the United States, for example. I mean, we're seeing a regulatory framework or a policy posture with regards to the digital space that's unable to regulate, some of the things that are not good for humanity. Some of which is what I alluded to earlier in terms of how algorithmic amplification is being defined and being equated with democracy or democratic values, which I don't think is right. But the regulatory frame, was built during the steam engine era, and we have the expectation for that to basically regulate something that would have been built upon the digital age. So that asymmetry between, the nature, spirit, and origin of the regulatory framework with regards to, the space that needs to be regulated, is a manifestation of, I think, how uneasy it will be to game change some sort of a wealth tax proposition.
Okay, but I think if we can move on to another big issue, of course, in the Asia Pacific region, we've seen tensions rise, especially over Taiwan. There is real fear that it could snowball into actual conflict between the United States and China. I mean, we've enjoyed peace and security in this region since the Second World War. I mean, we've had a few, in northern, we've had the Vietnam War and the Korean War, but largely we've enjoyed peace and security for half a century. Do you see that situation changing? And how will it impact us if it does?
I think without our knowing, we have entered into some sort of a Cold War. This is Cold War 2.0, right, between China and the United States. The only difference, between Cold War 2.0 vis-a-vis Cold War 1.0 was that, between the Soviets and the Americans, back then, the two economies were not as interconnected or as intertwined. Trade between the two countries would have been no more than 10 to 20 billion dollars, right, until 1989, which would have been markedly the end of Cold War 1.0. Whereas today, the two economies are so interdependent, so intertwined, so interconnected, with a collective trade proposition of around $700 billion. So question is, is it easy to untangle that, interdependence? I don't think so, unless, you expect the American people to stop using, iPhones that would have been made in China. And I do believe that there's quite a number of prongs there. Do you expect each of the two nations to sort of like offshore overseas problems to other regions? Or alternative two, do you expect to isolate yourselves from each other and from the rest of the world? Or while you isolate yourself from the other, you kind of like want to build allies or alliances so that you can, better collaborate with those. Or the third, you develop some sort of a collaborative or accommodative type of strategy. I'm sort of like in the third camp, where I think there is a much better chance for everybody around the world if the two economies or the two countries would treat each other as strategic, competitors, as opposed to strategic enemies. Now, the danger or the concern that we have is that, it is seductive, right, to move away from option 3 to option 2 or option 1, where, some of the differences, be it ideologically or economically or geopolitically, could be manifested in some unwanted, consequences, be it in the South China Sea or Taiwan. I think it is upon us, in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia, to basically collectively think how we can be some sort of a balancing or counterbalancing factor to, the collective equation that's needed between China and the United States.
Economic space, Southeast Asia is kind of caught in between, right? There's been talk about don't force us to choose between the two. We want to do business and we want to engage with both sides. I mean, the US has been a major investor in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia over many decades. China has been a recent large investor, especially into Indonesia, money coming into various sectors. How does Southeast Asia and particularly Indonesia position themselves vis-a-vis these two economies? If they're talking about two parallel systems, the US system or especially in the technology space, right? China has a firewall, these are issues that I think businesses as well as individuals are kind of wondering how do they react or respond to these issues or challenges?
Well, as a developing economy, innately, any developing economy around the world would go for an open source as opposed to a closed source because it's cheaper, right? If you want to go for a closed source type of technological proposition, it's going to cost you more. Unless, we're at a GDP per capita of $40,000, which we're not, we're still at about $4,000. And that's a far cry from where we want to be, much less, breaking the, middle income trap. So I think we're going to be exposed to the necessity to opt for some sort of an open source type of, technological value proposition. Now, going back to the investment part of the question, right? It's interesting if we take a look at Southeast Asia, okay? In terms of FDI on a per capita per year basis, Indonesia is at a level similar to that of the Philippines and Thailand. We're at about $100 of FDI per capita per year. We as in Indonesia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Malaysia and Vietnam are at about between $200 to $300 per capita per year in terms of FDI. Singapore is at about $19,000 in terms of FDI per capita per year. Now, is that a reflection of, Singapore's ideology in terms of its wanting to get money from wherever, it is, aligned ideologically? No, it is a reflection of Singapore's ability to build institutions and institutionalize decision making. So I think what we need to work on, if we want to basically ramp up our figure of FDI per capita per year from $100 to, let's say, $10,000, which would be immense for Indonesia, for purposes of not only creating jobs, but being able to move up the value chain. I think Indonesia needs to really try to figure out how to actually better institutionalize decision making so that, people out there, are comfortable with respect to how rules and regulations are enforced. I think that is the difference that Singapore has over countries like Thailand, the Philippines, and Indonesia. And, as much as anybody or some people would think that Singapore may be more leaning towards, an American type of value proposition, but Singapore proves to the world that it can enact, it can enforce rules and regulations in ways that are seemingly better than others, to the point money is actually coming from anywhere, including China and the United States. So technologically, I think Indonesia and Southeast Asia can be agnostic. I don't see a future where we have to choose Huawei over an iPhone or vice versa. I think we have scale to the point that, we have these innate optionalities.
You talk about institutionalizing decision making. Are you referring to taking it out of the political realm, or or the political cycles that impact policy making, especially on this kind of issues?
Partly, but the other part, what's a mockery is that we're seeing quite a number of democracies around the world where, the selection of talent is based a lot more on patronage as opposed to meritocracy. But if we refer to, Deng Xiaoping in his speech in 1978, for about 2.5 hours, he actually made mention of the word democracy 33 times. And that was resolutely for purposes of democratizing talent, which he was able to prove for, more than a couple of decades, which resulted in great, economic reform for China to be on a world stage. So ironically, as an autocracy, China that is, it has been able to select talent a lot more based on merit as opposed to patronage. And that I think helps, create institutional, values. And I think that's the kind of stuff that we ought to learn from places like China. If we can institutionalize, wisdom to the point where we're actually selecting talent based on merit as opposed to patronage, much less political patronage, then I think we can prove to the world that, things are actually working better than before.
Right. In terms of talent, I think, one of the critical aspects of growing the digital economy, people are very excited about Indonesia's digital economy, growing up to 300 billion by 2030. But in achieving that, we will need homegrown talent, especially in terms of software engineers, coders, I would say that we are lacking that talent at the moment. We don't have enough. I mean, I think you have mentioned before, we don't have enough engineers, we don't have enough scientists. Do you see any movement or progress in that area?
Look, I'm a big believer of, if we want to be a thriving democracy, we've got to be able to democratize talent. We've got to be able to democratize ideas. And if we want to democratize ideas, we can go by the open source type of proposition where talent doesn't necessarily have to come from within. It could come from beyond. And Singapore, I hate to use Singapore again and again as an example. Singapore has been able to democratize talent by way of recruiting talent from anywhere, be it Ukraine, Glasgow, Silicon Valley, Solo, anywhere around the world, as long as he or she actually fulfills and checks the box. So I think we've got to really think hard. If we want to move up the value chain, we've got to be able to democratize ideas and talents so that we can avail the necessary talent for nation building. So that I think is not easy. We've seen some movements and initiatives within the educational space in terms of democratizing education by way of Merdeka Belajar. That's part of what I've been basically pitching in terms of democratizing ideas and talents. But I think we got to go more deeply, and while we nurture and fertilize the domestic talents, we've got to be open-minded in terms of bringing in the best talents from around the world. And that doesn't just take geographic type of view-taking, but it takes fiscal view-taking, monetary view-taking. We've got to provide the necessary incentives for the best talents around the world to be able to come to Indonesia and build, the country.
Pak Jokowi's government last year passed the job creation law, which was seen as a game changer for Indonesia, especially in this area of attracting talent, making it easier for foreign companies to be based in Indonesia or to come here and invest in Indonesia. Do you see that law having the necessary impact on
I think it will. I think it will. Stuff like that has lag, right? If it's promulgated today, you're not going to see results tomorrow. But I'm optimistic about that frame. I think that frame is net positive, aside from some of the environmentally not so good areas. But I think it's net positive for purposes of showing to the world that we're open-minded and basically, inviting the world over. And here's a catch, right? We're living in a time where there's massive amounts of liquidity. There's about $100 trillion worth of M2 or liquidity that's floating around mostly within developed economies. And money behaves democratically. So we got to take advantage of that. So while we have that frame, we've got to figure out, in terms of how to better narrate that frame so that people catch on to it. And I got to tell you, today it's a lot easier to talk about Indonesia compared to how it would have been 5 to 10 years ago. Nobody wanted to listen to, anybody talking about Indonesia 10 years ago. But right now, by way of what we have seen in the phenomena of Grab, Traveloka, GoTo, and all that, good stuff, it's a lot easier. So I think we've got real equity here going forward.
Right. So, in terms of the number of unicorns and decacorns that Indonesia has, I think we have also, I think, the third or the fourth largest number of startups in the world. And the money coming into Indonesia would be helpful in terms of fueling this digital economy and empowering the startups to innovate and to find new ideas and to find new solutions. But most of these entrepreneurs who are starting the startups, some are Indonesian, many are not. And I think that's the space where I think Indonesia can be more open to these entrepreneurs to come here and set up easier. And to, because they see Indonesia as a fertile ground to scale. We have scalability, which other nations in Southeast Asia may not have.
Right.
So do you see that as being one of the drivers of this new wave of investments into Indonesia?
Absolutely. Look, do I think there could be 200 to 300 unicorns, if not decacorns, in Indonesia? Absolutely. And we're not going to get there without addressing some of the issues. One of which is what you've alluded to just now, the open-mindedness in terms of inviting and encouraging talent from anywhere around the world is absolutely necessitated. But in order to make that happen, you've got to make Jakarta, Bali, Solo, Magelang, Jogja, and all the rest of the cities in Indonesia attractive and interesting. And on top of that, you've got to, make it, incentivizing, when they come here, what would it take for a Nobel Prize winner? What would it take for a Silicon Valley talent? What would it take for a Guangzhou talent to come on down to Bandung to work, and start a startup that's going to be game changing? If he were given, let's say, tax holidays for 10 to 20 years, or he doesn't have to pay corporate taxes for some years. Well, I mean, it's probably not going to make money for the first few years, but stuff like that, I think, would make it really, really interesting for people or talents around the world to come on down to Indonesia.
But we've got some questions coming in from the participants. I would like to also encourage more participants to post your questions on the chat group. This is a very unique opportunity to ask Pak Gita questions. One question, Pak, is about resource nationalism and how that might play out, especially Indonesia is very rich in natural resources, but there is this fear of resource nationalism where ownership of these assets or of these resources must be held in Indonesian hands. Do you see that as an issue going forward?
No, there is nationalism in Texas, not just within the United States, right? There is nationalism in North Ireland, not just the UK, right? And I think we've got to be really open-minded about this. I don't think Indonesia should be cornered for being somewhat nationalistic from a resource standpoint. I think there's nobility in saying that we want to make sure that we move up the value chain with regards to the resources that are coming out of the ground in Indonesia, because the job creation is more massive at the higher end of the value chain, not the low end. And in order to do that, we've got to basically tell the world properly. I think part of the issue is the messaging, or how we're messaging it to the rest of the world. And sometimes the world can be pretty unfair to places like Indonesia without really looking at the mirror, that there is nationalism in Texas. If you take a look at the policies of recruiting international students within some of the state universities in Texas, it is hugely nationalistic, if not, state-centric. They're discriminatory against international students because there's a quota system in some schools there. But we accept it because, they want to basically look after their own people. And I think, to message this thing, or to convey this message to the world, we've got to be consistent with respect to our need to not only create jobs at the midstream and downstream, but also to better redistribute welfare, because better redistribution of welfare means lower Gini coefficient ratio, or lower inequality. Lower inequality means our ability to maintain macro political economic stability in the long run, so that it's going to be good in the long run for people that wants to invest in Indonesia. And third, we've got to make sure that the laws, the rules and regulations are well enforced. If we're inconsistent with respect to any of the three, then we're not going to be ending up so good.
I think just following up from this issue of nationalism is, of course, protectionism. There is, a disruption in global supply chains as a result of the pandemic. I'm not sure whether there's going to be a short-term disruption, or it's going to extend, beyond the recovery post-pandemic. Do you see protectionism as a rising force in global economics?
It is, and I'd like to take the audience to a different dimension, where I think protectionism is correlated with how polarization of conversations has taken place in such a big way. And it's amazing, the paradox of the democratization of information not leading up to the democratization of ideas. In the old days, we could only see one channel. Now we can see thousands of channels for contents and information. But more information does not translate to more ideas. If any, ideas are bifurcated, if not polarized. And the more you are polarized conversationally, and idea-wise, you're only likely to be protectionist, whether you're on the left wing or you're on the right wing. And that's happened in some of the most developed countries in the world and many of the emerging, if not developing economies or countries around the world. That I think is a universal phenomenon. Will that go away anytime soon? No, unless you stop looking at your mobile phone for 8 hours a day. I don't understand why people look at TikTok and Instagram for 8 hours a day. The average screen time is 8 hours a day. You sleep 8 hours, you work 8 hours. When are you actually going to spend quality time reading journals and books? And that, I think, has some correlation with how conversations have gotten so polarized as for people to think, to the far left and far right. And that, I think, is one source of protectionism or over nationalism, which is occurring in many places around the world, not just Indonesia. And with regards to disruption from a supply chain standpoint, I do believe that it's cyclical. It's not secular. I do believe that the economic recovery is going to be a lot more broad-based in the next 2 years. Once we reach herd immunity on a broad basis, I do believe that the disruption is tending to be a lot more cyclical as opposed to secular, and that will basically entail a much more broad-based recovery in places like Indonesia.
Following up on that part, we have a global audience of investors and business leaders from around the world listening in on. What would be your message to them if they are looking to invest in Indonesia? In terms of not just the sectors, but some of the key forces that you think will be driving Indonesia over the next 5 years?
Look, the usual narrative would encompass, our huge population, our huge propensity to consume, our, existing as a democracy, and our demographic youthfulness. These are all positives, which we've got to harness. But as I've said, I'm sounding like a broken record. They need to take a view on how we're going to be able to further educate, our people. And I'm net optimistic about how we're, basically creating this narrative for educating the Indonesian people in a far better way than ever. Not just by way of the budgetary wherewithal that's been, better than ever, but also by way of how, we're seeing ideas emerging in so many places that we just need to figure out a way to get those further democratized. It's not going to happen overnight, but, if you're investing in Indonesia, you're not taking a 6-month view. And I'm not here as a stock analyst. You're taking a 20-year view. I do believe that the next 20 years, I think Indonesia is going to be a completely different nation.
Right. So you would buy into the narrative that in 20 years we would be one of the largest top 10 economies in the world. You think we will get there? Absolutely.
I see. Indonesia and India, I think, are beneficiaries of the narrative of demographics in a good way, whereas most other countries are beneficiaries of the narrative of demographics in a not so good way. So we've just got to take advantage of this demographic youthfulness, by way of putting software in everybody's heads, and then getting them to move up the value chain, to move from goods to services a lot more and a lot faster. And India, I think, is a little bit ahead of Indonesia. But if you take the 20 to 30 year view, I think Indonesia has got a pretty good chance, being the third largest democracy, the fourth most populous nation in the world, and I think having a pretty decent chance of becoming the top even 5 economies in the world in the next 20 to 25 years.
Right. Thank you very much. In closing, I mean, you're an accomplished musician, I just want to ask you a little bit about NFTs and how that might impact the entertainment industry, because there's a lot of talk about tokenization,
Sure.
Non-fungible asset tokens. How do you see that impacting, how can Indonesia benefit from that? I mean, we have very talented musicians and artists and designers in Indonesia. should they be looking at this new technologies to sell themselves to the world, to market themselves to the world?
It depends on how much time I have, Shweb. But if you allow me,
Sure.
DeFi, blockchain has been growing at a rate of 120% per year in the last 15 years, far outpacing the rate of growth of the internet, which grew at a rate of about 60% per year during the period 1990 until 2020, right? So it is an inevitability that people or humanity are going to gravitate to the applications of blockchain, one of which is crypto, another one of which is NFT. How people have basically gotten so glued to the increasing popularity of blockchain is that, number one, it's decentralized, it's real time, it's transparent, it's got recourse, it's got accountability, as opposed to the pre-existing centralistic type of mechanisms, which tend to be colored or characterized with delays and lack of accountability, lack of transparency. So it's only going to grow inevitably in the next at least 5 to 10 years. So tokenization is not just going to apply to economics; it's going to apply to arts, social justice, culture, politics, geopolitics, diversity, biodiversity. It's inevitable. Now, if we put that in the context of how far crypto within the blockchain space is going to grow, I think it hinges on a number of structural reasons or issues. Number one, as long as the developed economies continue to print money, call it quantitative easing, crypto is going to move up. As long as there is concerns about inflation, crypto is going to move up. And as long as we keep on doing away with the gold standard, crypto is going to move up. So crypto is a philosophical answer to the void that we were so used to having a finite nature of supply. Now money seems to be a lot more infinite. We're so used to the idea philosophically that any particular currency would have been backed by a physical asset. But now it's not apparent because the amount of money that's in circulation is way in excess of the physical asset, call it gold, that can basically support. And I'm not so sure about inflation because the way technology has propelled marginal productivity in such a big way, I think I would be more concerned about low inflation, if not deflation in the future. So in answer to your questions with respect to artistic masterpieces that could be tokenized, it relates to some of the earlier points I've alluded to. If we're dealing with the finite nature of an asset class, there's no reason why it cannot be tokenized. And it is a digital way of messaging to the world that, it is a finite nature and it needs to be valued and assessed properly. So yeah, I'm quite optimistic about tokenization for music and arts and stuff like that.
Be tokenizing some of your recordings.
Or my speeches.
Oh, your speeches.
Or your speeches.
Exactly. Well, Pak Gita, thank you so much. I think it's been a really interesting and insightful discussion. Maybe just in closing, if you would just tell the audience maybe 2 or 3 things that in the next 2-3 years they should really be looking at in terms of as they frame their whether it's their investment decisions or whether it's business decisions. What are 2 or 3 things that they should keep in mind?
Look, I mean, the broad point would be that we're going through a massive, first derivative and second derivative. The first derivative being speed, second derivative being acceleration. And these two are with regards to technological innovations. When your first and second derivatives go up, you're exposed to a higher margin of error. When you're exposed to a higher margin of error, you're exposed to a bigger error. And I think the big error that we all experienced would have been manifested in the World War II, where the same type of technology was basically used by 2 different camps that had different ideas or ideologies. which resulted in casualties amounting to tens of millions of people. I think we've got to be sensitive to the fact that as much as we're excited and optimistic about technological innovations, such as blockchain, such as the internet, such as whatever that can disrupt the sectors in Indonesia, inclusive of healthcare, education, energy, real estate, tourism, and agriculture, you name it. But I think we've got to be sensitive to how we could actually, exposed to a higher margin of error. So being sensitive to that, I think puts us on a track where we can actually exercise a lot more wisdom in exercising our, investing philosophies. Net, does Indonesia serve as a really great alternative to all the others? Absolutely, because Indonesia is a country of scale. And it is, a democracy that has scale that can afford to have optionalities as opposed to some other democracies, which, in my view, at least, do not necessarily have the kinds of optionalities that Indonesia can have.
Very well put, Pa. I think, as usual, it's been a great session. I thank you so much again for joining us today and for sharing your deep insights. I think you've given the audience not just things to think about, but real insights into how they should be making those decisions. So thank you, Pak Gita, and stay safe, and hopefully we'll catch up soon.
Likewise. Success to IEF.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. That was Pak Gita Wirawan, and as usual, we had a very broad-ranging discussion on a number of issues that I think will be impacting Indonesia and, in fact, the region going forward. We will now have our next speaker, Mr. Sebastian Togolang, who is going to be talking a little bit more deeply about investment tips and ideas into Indonesia. So stay with us, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. We had Pak Gita Wiryawan earlier, who was, I think, gave us a real broad as well as deep insights into some of the major forces at work in the post-pandemic world. We have now with us Mr. Sebastian Togolong. Sebastian is an intrepid and an astute investor in Indonesia. He is, I think, he epitomizes the new Indonesian, a global citizen. He's traveled a lot. He's lived in Germany for many years. But I think, as with many of us, he's Indonesian at heart. And Sebastian, welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us here at the Indonesia Economic Forum. Let's get started in terms of your perspective on the investment climate at the moment in not just within Indonesia but globally. What are some of the forces or some of the factors that are influencing investors?
So regarding to Indonesia, right? I think Indonesia is now really in a really good spot, right? I think Pak Gita mentioned a similar experience what I had 10 years ago when I explained about Indonesia. Basically, investors asked me, well, we know about Bali, but we don't know about the tech investment there, about investment. So it's definitely this last 10 years has changed a lot. And basically right now, if you look at Indonesia, remains a primary destination for investment, and it actually contributes to 51% of the total capital invested into the Southeast Asia region as per first half of 2021, with companies such as Bukalapak, obviously GoTo, Cepat, Ajaib, and are able to raise huge rounds over $100 million. I mean, that's some things that would never be imagined even like 7 years ago, right? And right now, the number of unicorns have risen very, very fast, right? So right now, officially, we have around 8 unicorns. But if you know some internal valuations, and maybe some are not announced yet, we believe there are already more than 10 unicorns just in Indonesia around only, right? But it's just haven't officially announced. And if you look at in Southeast Asia, half of those unicorns are actually coming from Indonesia. So across Southeast Asia. And also from the fundamentals, right? I don't like to talk too much about valuation, right? But also revenues, right? If you look at the Southeast Asia unicorns, half or even majority of the revenue will come from Indonesia. And another good thing that happened this year is obviously the IPO of companies like Bukalapak that list Indonesia exchange. We have several other tech companies now will be already listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange. So that's a very good music for the ears of investors. I still remember my discussion with some investors just 5 years ago saying, oh, there will be no exits, especially like listings, and never been imagined. Even like last year no one would imagine that Indonesia would be a very exciting place for listings of tech startups, right? So this is a lot of good changes that we see over the last even months. Also, IPO will provide liquidity opportunity to existing investors, which will increase LP confidence in the Indonesia market. We also see now a new phenomenon that we see a lot of fellow Indian founders actually come to this region. And the reason is, yes, as Pak Gita mentioned earlier, India might be advanced in a lot of things, but at the end, the GDP per capita of India is actually at 2,000, right, which is half of Indonesia. So sometimes you have a lot of users on your product, but the monetization is actually better in Southeast Asia. And that's why you see a lot of Indian entrepreneurs actually come to this market. So what we're seeing also is there will be more collaboration between Southeast Asia, Indonesia, with India which is obviously good for this market. Then we're talking about a 2 billion population where internet companies from Indonesia or from Indonesia can actually grow. It's still a long way to there, but we are seeing some interesting movements there. And last but not least, obviously what Pak Gita also addressed earlier today, what's happening in China and US is probably something that might influence also the growth here in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, because that become now a very important area that investors can focus on, even from the political side, etc. So this region become a very important region to focus for a lot of global investors now.
I think you made some very interesting points in terms of how the tech sector is really taking off in Indonesia. In fact, it's really the jewel in the crown in Southeast Asia. If you want to scale and if you want to grow, you have to be in Indonesia. Are you just focusing on the tech sector, or are you also looking at other sectors?
So right now, we are focused more on the tech sector because that's probably what we understand more, and probably easier for us to scale. The beauty of technology is that maybe with using technology, you can reach a bigger of the population easier, and that's what the demographic of Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and India obviously offers, and that's where technology plays an important role. And right now, that's just a huge driver of growth where because we only have two hands, we rather invest something where we have know-how and where we can grow faster. So that's why right now we're really focusing on technology, but technology itself will be always related to some industries. For example, when we invested in logistics, but at the beginning, the company wasn't any technological, but we add technology and transform the business, moving to e-logistics, etc. Right? Adapting to the needs. The same thing happened in healthcare with education. So technology. So we can invest in several sectors, but then add technology elements to that to scale the business further.
Right. Would you say that, like for example, in the logistics sector, in education, I think technology allows these startups to really compete with the established players. In the past, it would have been very difficult, right? You would have needed huge amounts of capital to go against some of the more established players. But with technology, the game has changed, and you could actually challenge these established players.
Yes. Yeah, and I think the strength of technology is that things are moving very, very fast, which gives an advantage for probably smaller players that probably on a decision process, on the risk factor, are more flexible than some of those big peers, right? That obviously already have a very good standing, and changing for them might take some risks. So that's why that will give new room for new startups to come to this market, test new products, disrupt the market, changing things. Where it's definitely giving them room. And because now the climate of investment, a lot of investors made good money in other markets in the US, in China, and now seeing Southeast Asia growing, they're willing to bet on these startups and support them with additional money to grow faster. And obviously growing in a certain speed that the existing players need to adapt or at least see how they can adapt or also invest in that situation, which is not easy decision.
You just recently raised a new fund. I think you're looking to invest a lot in logistics. I think you've already invested in a number of e-logistic companies. Do you think the next unicorn is going to come from the e-logistics sector?
Well, it's actually already there, right? If you look at JNT,
Yes.
they're already a valuation around 20 billion. There are several logistic companies that we invested that haven't announced, but they're already unicorn status, right? And in fact, that other companies like Gojek, etc., also have a strong logistic part. So definitely there will a lot of if you look at even China, right, with the dominance of Alibaba, there are more than 10 logistic companies creating multi-billion, if not tens of billion dollars of revenue and become unicorn or decacorn. I think the good news is for Southeast Asia or Indonesia, we're way more fragmented. We have so many e-commerce players, and the market itself is still growing, right? Currently, the e-commerce penetration is just like around 10%, meaning if you look at USA, it's around 35, and China even above 52%. So even if Indonesia is just growing, the e-commerce penetration is just growing about half of US or China, then the e-commerce would obviously drive logistics will grow another 2 or 3 times from now on. However, though, because in Indonesia we have 17,000 islands, we actually believe that e-commerce is the way to go, social commerce, and this is changing the behavior. From back then, you see the normal logistic is the delivering one paper document from this household to another household, which can arrive in 4 days. Now things have to be delivered very fast, right? So with the e-commerce growth, but this is right now reaching around 8 to 10%. If you look at, there's still 90% which is non-e-commerce. So the e-commerce will grow, but there's right now 90% of the others which the logistic is changing, where the household or a small SME suddenly need to not only serve the customers that is coming to their store, but suddenly need to deliver to thousands of stores across Indonesia, hopefully within hours, in some groceries, even within half an hour. So the logistics itself will change. And that's the beauty of this, having 17,000 islands. There's a lot of challenges. So there's a lot of rooms for different logistic players with different strengths in different markets emerge. And that will overall influence, obviously, the growth of e-commerce logistic companies. And that's why we believe there will be probably several logistics or e-commerce enabling companies that emerge as unicorn, if not even decacorn.
Indonesia's always had the challenge of the last mile, right? Because it's a big country. It's like you said, it's an archipelago, a lot of islands, and delivering products or goods and services, or goods to a home somewhere out there, away from the main cities, it's always been the biggest challenge, right? With e-logistics, do you think that challenge is being solved?
Well, the challenge is just starting, right? Basically, and the good thing is the challenge is also keep on evolving, right? So there are always new challenges that the e-commerce or e-logistic companies are facing. And right now also the efficiency of logistics is still very, very low, right? So meaning there's still very, very much room for growth for, as mentioned, e-commerce, for logistics. Things need to be faster, better quality. I think Indonesia haven't even reached the age where you see in China so many things are already happening with robotics, sortation. Indonesia, there's still a lot of things are happening manually. So there's still a lot of room to grow, a lot of challenges, but obviously a lot of challenges give a lot of opportunity.
Key things, for example, the use of drones in distributing goods, and especially amongst in this whole new tech world, right? Do you see any of the Indonesian logistics players looking at those kind of solutions?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, we've seen in some markets the use of drones to
drones, okay.
drones, yeah,
Yeah,
to
yeah.
deliver products, right? Especially in less accessible areas. Do you see Indonesian logistics companies, maybe some of those that you have invested in, using this kind of technology going forward?
Well, I think even on the global world, right, on the developed markets, I think the use of drone is already being tested. There's a lot of, especially for delivering some emergency items, also in important areas or rural areas and not accessible areas. But I think that haven't been the daily use case for the majority of the deliveries. So it's probably still talking about a very small percentage, even in the developed world, meaning that until Southeast Asia or Indonesia is ready for that, for daily deliveries, I'm talking about daily deliveries, is probably still need time. But I see that more for emergency delivery of, for example, blood or to very remote areas, those kind of, maybe also B2B. But it will still, in my belief, still will take time for drones to be implemented, especially for daily deliveries.
Right. Sebastian, we'll move to some questions from the audience. There's a question from Jusrian concerning the climate crisis that is impacting us. Do you see opportunities for green tech startups in Indonesia? In terms of both the opportunity as well as the attractiveness to investors?
Yeah, and actually, this is something that is you see a very big growth driver currently. Also, a strong focus of our investment company. We believe right now all the cars or the motorcycles you see in the daily Indonesia. Obviously, we know in Jakarta so much traffic. That will all change to electric, and this is just a matter of time. Is it going to be happening in the next 2 years or going to happen in the next 10 years? But things will change, and we're quite a strong believer that this will happen. And that means that with such a huge population, a lot of will change, and the whole infrastructure is completely different. And so that's why you see a lot of big companies such as Gojek Goto just announced collaboration there. I think Grab has collaborations. Our startups, we invested in several renewable energy electric vehicle companies through directly or through our logistic companies that are also transforming their 60,000 drivers that they have to use this electric vehicles while they're actually saving costs, right? Because electricity, while giving a good benefit for the environment, actually is also saving the cost. And based on our tests, can sometimes save until more than 50% of their daily costs. So it's money. It's something good for the environment. It's good for the pocket of the driver, and it's good for the company. So it's actually a no-brainer that this will be a sector that will be very interesting. And additionally, and what we know with the initiative of President Jokowi regarding the Indonesian nature that have a very strong access to the most valuable items for battery, such as nickel, iron ore, Indonesia will definitely play a very, very important role in such developing such technologies, and we're really seeing a heavy investment in that sector right now, and I think there's way more to come. Obviously, with the forests and a lot of changes, and there are a lot of other technologies that we believe will happen in renewable energy. So that's definitely some sector that we are focusing on, and where we see big changes in the near future.
Right. So if I was an investor or even a tech entrepreneur, I would be looking at what do you call it, electric vehicles, yeah, and the whole supply chain in the electric vehicles.
Exactly.
You know, so if we look at the supply chain, you know, where do you think is the opportunity? I mean, the final vehicles, the battery, yeah, are there any areas where,
Yeah.
you know?
So the way we see that with electric vehicle, we believe that it will be similar to what happens with the mobile sector, right? There's no clear winner about mobile. There's Xiaomi, there's Samsung, there's Oppo. There will be new players coming in. So since the market is changing so rapidly, I think there's a new room for new players to emerge. So obviously, the existing players, such as from the fossil fuel, such as Hyundai is already investing a lot in that sector. I think Japanese companies are still a little bit behind, but they're also, we're seeing starting to think about this sector a lot. There are new emerging startups here in Southeast Asia. So I think that's where the cards are shuffled new, and meaning from the cars manufacturing, the motorcycle, and as there will be new brands, new players emerge. But with this, it's the same thing. What we're seeing Southeast Asia, especially Indonesia, we have 17,000 islands. We don't have a clear infrastructure right now regarding batteries. I don't think every household right now have a docking station where they can charge the battery. So there's a lot of infrastructure, new players swapping batteries, etc. that now being tested, and I think that will shape the industry in Indonesia very, very fast. And I think there will be a lot of excitement, which are happening already, that we're seeing, and yeah, a lot new things will happen very, very recently, very soon.
Right. I think, yeah, definitely there's a huge opportunity area. We have another question from Bianca Adriana Wati. She's Senior Communications Manager at Tokopedia. Her question is, how does Indonesia's public policy towards technology companies compare with other Southeast Asian countries? You know, is it more conducive? Is it more supportive of the tech sector?
Well, I think the President Jokowi's presidency and government has been showing very, very strong support in this economy, and I think that's been helping a lot for a positive growth. As Pak Gita Wirjawan mentioned earlier today, obviously won't see the effect like within a couple of days. This is something that will happen on the long run. I think that we still have several homeworks to do if we really want Indonesia be the place where also that make it easier for investors. I think again, what happens with Bukalapak, that IPO in the Indonesia market, that's good news for establishing Indonesia market, for investing in Indonesia. But I think there's still some homework for regulations to enable investors globally to invest easily in Indonesia, to really support and grow local unicorns that is also really supported, but also even by the local investors, right? I think even the local investors right now, from the structure, there are several things that can be done to establish Indonesia as the main investment location, right? Also, since Indonesia is the market for those big companies, Indonesia should be also a place where investment should be easier for global but also local investors. And so, yeah, I think, but there's a lot of great things that has been done by the Indonesian government, and I hope there'll be further things that that Indonesia can establish to make this process better and good for global and local investors.
So I think the direction is good. The direction is in the right direction. Maybe they need to do a bit more, in terms of opening up a little bit on the policy front. Can I just move to another area of investment? Pak Gita mentioned earlier that investors need to take a long-term view on Indonesia.
Yes.
But for startups, the view is not that long. Right? I mean, investors look for an exit. I don't know, 3-5 years. For your investments, what is your average time frame in terms of an investment horizon?
Yeah, the good news is that the curve is also growing very fast. So basically, if you look at back then, a company like JobStreet probably took them 20 years and even haven't reached unicorn status probably until now, but then acquired for 700 million after years. So, and then the mothership company obviously reached billions of dollars. But if you look at and then Gojek took them maybe 6-7 years to get unicorn status. But right now, companies like some of our logistic companies like Cepat, or then some fintech companies like Ajaib, etc., it took them just a couple of years to reach unicorn status, and then this will happen even faster and faster in the coming years. So that's make it easier for global investors, also investors ourselves, obviously, to grow the value faster, giving also return to our investor faster, which is good for the investors, but also good obviously for the companies and the Indonesia tech ecosystem. So there are a lot of good developments happening.
So the horizon is being compressed, so to speak, yeah? Exactly.
And the thing is also, because what happens in Indonesia is similar what happens in US and China, but just compressed, right? We're still fighting for who's the next Amazon, right? Is it going to be Tokopedia, Shopee, a new player, Blibli, other players, right? While Amazon business model has been established in US 25 years ago, right? And already become a clear market leader a while ago, right? Indonesia is still, Southeast Asia is still not decided, but at the same time, new business models like crypto, like e-logistics, or maybe more renewable energies, right? Those are business models just established a couple of years ago in China and US, but at the same time growing Indonesia. So all these learnings what we have from those established markets is now happening at the same time in Southeast Asia, and that's why there are so many changes, so many things that can be learned, and also how to grow the markets faster, and that's the interesting part of this region.
Yeah, so you don't make the same mistakes, really, right? You can learn and apply the success stories much quicker.
Yeah. You will always make mistakes, but I think at least you can learn also from the mistakes that happen there and adapt it to this market. Yeah.
Now, in terms of the type of companies that you look to invest in, I read a number of reports saying that the key ingredient is the founder or the startup, the person running the company, more than his idea, right? What do you look at? What is the most important criteria that you look at when you are looking to invest? Because we have a lot of startup founders on our watching today. So I think you can give them some insights into, as an investor, maybe 2 or 3 factors that you would look at when you consider investing in a startup.
Well, that's true. So it's not only about the founder; it's about what we call the three T's, which is team, and team, right? So it's not all about one founder itself. I think we believe at the end, a successful startup is really about the total team. And then obviously the founder of the company and the management of the company will play a very important role, building a very good culture, how to scale a business, hopefully in a sustainable way without too much burning money and just creating valuations, right? So definitely a team is important aspect for us. And maybe one thing that needs to be understand it, Indonesia is a demographic. It's not just like a pyramid like this, right? It's really like pyramid that is very steep. There's a difference between the top of the pyramid and the bottom of the pyramid, but the majority of the Indonesian population is still in the middle income and the lower income class, right? So meaning for good founders globally, they need to really adapt and see even the returning Indonesians how to work with for those people that completely have a different behaviors, maybe different culture than some of the founders that just returned from the United States. So we sometimes joke that we like to combine strong founders from the Ivy Leagues like the HBS with Tanah Abang Glodok or Glodok business schools, right? So because to create a very good, strong startups here in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, you need to operate, understand the market. And there are a lot of things that you cannot learn from a business school, but you can really learn from the operational here. So really building a good balance between great, innovative people, but with a strong local executor, that is something that has been a very strong focus of ours, and trying to create a really sustainable, scalable, but sustainable and profitable company. That is probably the challenge that we are really focusing. And yes, that means execution is the key, not the idea.
Right. So I think it's a balance, right? When you look at a company or a startup, in terms of its top management team, right, and how they can execute. So I think you made a very good point. It's the execution, right, and the implementation of the idea itself, and how quickly they can roll it out, and how quickly they can scale, right? Is that correct? Is
Yeah.
Scalability one of the key issues that you look at? How quickly the company can scale?
Well, scale, but in a proper way. For example, in logistics on certain areas, I think you need to be very efficient from day one. Once you build, I would say, I like to say, a golden infrastructure is very difficult to change, right? While sectors like logistics, supply chain, it's something that is very important to be efficient. And that is not something that you can just scale with money. So there will need to be a very good balance between scalability, but also a proper operational execution. If possible, from day one, we very look at unit economics to make the business not just scaling with number of users or revenue, but not creating a profitable business on the long run. So we, as Pak Gita mentioned, we are looking at more obviously on a short but also long term, because if the short term doesn't work, then it will have problems in the long term. And I don't think, you cannot keep on just pumping money to make things more efficient. You can do it, but I think the more you can play a good balance between scalability but a proper execution, I think that is the key. What we're trying to find a good balance.
I mean, there is also a perception, maybe it's a wrong perception, but there's a perception that profitability is not so critical for a startup. Do you see that as accurate?
Yes and no. I think there are startups that are not focusing on that, and again came very strong because they're able to raise a good amount of money. But I think they're slowly getting more, also especially now after they get listed, etc. They have to keep on showing good numbers and someday also path to profitability. So I think it's getting now companies are getting more rewarded also for building more of sustainable, if not of course profitable business, right? And again, I don't say they have to be really focusing on profitability from day one, but I think from the unit economics perspective, they need to at least build a business that is sustainable on the long run, because otherwise they keep on just burning money, and then it could be not so good in the long run, right? But I think there's as I mentioned, a good balance needs to be established between hyper growth, but at the same time creating a business that is from the unit economic sense make sense.
I mean, Bukalapak, for example, became the first Indonesian e-commerce startup to actually list on the stock exchange. We hear that Goto would also be listing sometime soon. Do you think an IPO is a good exit, is a good strategy, or is something that unicorn should aspire to?
Definitely. I think but it's not aspire as just an exit event, right? If you look at like C Group, right, that been listed 3-4 years ago in the New York Stock Exchange at $2-3 billion. Now valuation is in the hundreds of $1 billion just within a couple of years. So we definitely IPO is some ways for accessing liquidity and coming to the next level, but I don't see it just as an exit. It's actually just one of the good phases, and then where the company can go to the next level. And I think definitely this is something that should be addressed and should be considered by the startups, and it's obviously also a good for the investors that these IPOs can happen, and then where the money flow can recycle and where then new investors can come into the picture. So I think that's there are definitely some important elements of this development that is happening, and definitely that is a good sign also for Indonesia with this listings happening in Indonesia.
Because once a company lists, it allows a broader public to participate in the company's growth and also in the digital economy, right? Because at the end of the day, a retail investor or an individual will not have access to many of these companies, but once they list, you give them that opportunity. Yeah,
and then it's also way more flexible, right? Because if you look at a private round, sometimes what the founders is doing, they keep on fundraising. They're meeting this investor for months, doing couple months of due diligence, and suddenly say, "Oh, sorry, I'm not interested." While in the public market, decision can be made very, very fast. Obviously, there's a different skill that the management and the founders will need to have in order managing a listed company. But I think things can happen much faster. And right now, we are in some cases actually seeing also a premium for listed companies, right? The valuation in some listed companies can be higher than a private market. So that's also some encouragement for some companies to list sooner rather than later.
Okay, yeah, I think we are coming to the end. Just in terms of wrapping up, if you look at the technology sector, you mentioned a few sectors that you see as growth opportunities: education, technology, healthcare, logistics. If you were to rank them, I mean, just for for our investors and audience, let's say if you were to rank the top 5 sectors in your mind that you see good growth potential over the next 4-5 years.
I think it's very hard to rank, right? Because as I mentioned, where several businesses growing at the same time, right? So there will be definitely a big changes now in the disruption in the electric vehicle market, where several big companies like Gojek, like Grab, but also logistic companies together with SOEs will collaborate and changing this environment. So I think that will be some areas that we're seeing gonna move very, very fast, changing, especially since Indonesia is one of the producer of the important elements of the batteries, etc., will enable them also to access growth in global companies. So I would say that is kind of like combining the palm oil industry with the e-commerce industry, because we have the nickels and the EVs, right? So definitely that is something that we believe will change rapidly. And as I mentioned, this is also not a winner takes all market. So there will be room for a lot of new players to establish. But we're still seeing a very strong, because of the growth of e-commerce, the commerce enabler, the MSMEs enabler, the agri-tech, because of the logistics is improving, the supply chain is improving. There's opportunities for local agri-tech, aqua-tech companies or local farmers to grow the product, creating better produce that can deliver it next day, same day, or within hours directly to the end customer. So that's definitely an important role. Social commerce, targeting second and third tier cities in Indonesia is still a very important aspect. And also direct to consumers. We are seeing more brands from smaller brands, small mom pop shops, starting to sell on e-commerce, but then also on social commerce, selling on WhatsApp, Instagram, on 7 different e-commerce platforms. So their intention of those brands enabling technology to directly reach the customer is even more enabled in Southeast Asia, because we have so many e-commerce players. It's way more fragmented. So we will see also in the coming years a very strong D2C, direct to consumer movement from the brands. And then obviously if that happens, obviously somebody still has to deliver the products. So a logistic enablement, packing, etc., will still have a very big growth factor in the coming years. And then last but not least, obviously, blockchain, NFTs, a lot of these new buzzwords are something that is right now also growing in this region, especially because there's no clear regulations and even globally. And as Pak Gita Wirawan mentioned, if in terms of the insecurity, inflation, etc., that's the first place where, or some of the early options what people have to basically hedge the risk.
So I think in conclusion, maybe we can say that you remain very bullish on Indonesia. You see tremendous growth within the tech sector across many industries. Yeah, I think Sebastian, I think the key point really is the ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
The ecosystem that supports all these different industries, and they can manage and leverage on each other. I think, would you say that in closing, that ecosystem it would be critical for the digital sector going forward?
Definitely, and that is also a part of probably our focus from day one. From day one, we didn't want to invest in just one company, but we wanted to create an ecosystem where the companies can collaborate. And I think, even in the global world, right, you see ecosystems emerge, like Amazon. The biggest revenue is not coming from e-commerce; it's coming from cloud, right? You see companies like Gojek that started with a two-wheeler taxi now become one of the largest fintech or financial institutions, right? So globally, Amazon, Tencent, they are building an ecosystem. And in US alone, we have 29. We identified 29 over $100 billion ecosystems. That could be an Amazon that started as a tech company, but also could be like a Netflix or a Walmart that started as a normal company, then become tech enabled. And the same thing will already happen in China, happen in Indonesia with Gojek, Grab, Shopee started as a gaming company, become an e-commerce company. There are other companies in Indonesia that will build an ecosystem and creating the value synergy between their startups, their their companies to create a bigger value. And I think that's definitely the way to go if you want to win this market on a long run.
Well said, and well put, Sebastian. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I think we've had some good ideas discussed. As you said, the future for Indonesia's tech sector or digital sector is huge, right? The opportunities that will emerge, maybe we don't see it today, but there will be many more opportunities coming out in the future. So thank you very much for your time and for your insights and for sharing. I think what some of the key points in terms of where the digital economy is going. And of course, I think thank you on behalf of the Indonesia Economic Forum in terms of spreading the word and promoting Indonesia. Thank you so much, Sebastian.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Sebastian Togelang, again, a huge fan of Indonesia. I think, as you can see from the morning sessions, Indonesia offers incredible opportunities in a range of industries. But of course, there will be challenges, and overcoming these challenges will be critical. We are going to move on to our next session, another fireside chat, this time with Ambassador Dino Patijalal. Ambassador Dino has been one of the champions of promoting climate change solutions for Indonesia and understanding where the impact will be. So stay with us. We'll be back in 10 minutes with Ambassador Dino Patijalal. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. Our next guest is Ambassador Dino Patijalal. Pak Dino, of course, is very well known amongst the foreign diplomatic community. He's been an ambassador to the United States. He's lived in many countries across the world. Pak Dino is also the founder of the Foreign Policy Community of Indonesia. He's passionate about climate change initiatives. And of course, he's a huge mentor for Indonesia's youth. Pak Dino, very warm welcome to you, and privilege to have you at this year's Indonesia Economic Forum.
Thank you, Shoaib. It's a great honor for me, and hello to everybody in Indonesia Economic Forum also.
Thank you. We'll play a quick video of Pak Dino before we get started into the discussion.
Can I explain the quick
background? Sure, go ahead.
Sure. So, this was done before we detected any movement on the government's climate position, right? Because everybody was busy with COVID-19. And by December last year, we were warning the whole nation through our group, FPCI, that yes, COVID-19 remains very important, but you got to get on the climate diplomacy, the climate debate that's going to take center stage in 2021. And it wasn't very effective because, just one person saying it is not going to do anything. So we went to celebrities. And you can ignore Dino Jalal or Shoaib, but you cannot ignore celebrities with a combined follower of 50 million people, right? You cannot say to them, hey, you're wrong, you don't know what you're talking about, right? So it was actually quite effective. We sent a video of the celebrities talking about climate change to key ministers, including Sri Mulyani and so on. And I think it had an impact. And most importantly, what we did was connected net zero ambition to Indonesia Centennial 2045. Because before that, the Indonesian government always talking about 2045 in rosy terms. It's going to be great. It's going to be a beautiful world. Our dreams come true. And not one narrative that there's a huge climate risk. That Centennial Indonesia will live in a very hot and troublesome world, right? So through this video, we connected the climate alarm with Indonesia 2045, and that's when people's imagination started to wake up, and that's when the government policy started to change. Yeah. So this is the video. So sorry, Shoaib, just to explain.
Great. So thanks for that background. We'll play the video now.
Saya Mika Tambayong.
Saya Krisdayanti.
Saya Kalista Iskandar.
Saya Reza Radian.
Saya Chico Jericho.
Saya Chelsea Islan.
Saya Cinta Laura Kiel.
Saya Dian Sastrowardoyo.
Saya Wulan Guritno.
Saya Julia Stel.
Saya Yoshi Sudarso.
Saya sangat semangat menyongsong Indonesia Emas.
100 tahunnya merdeka pada tahun
2045 nanti.
Kita semua di Indonesia bermimpi dan menginginkan agar bisa mencapai tujuan Indonesia Emas di tahun 2045.
Sungguh suatu capaian sejarah yang indah
dan luar biasa dalam perjalanan bangsa kita.
Nggak kebayang betapa hebatnya Indonesia Emas nanti.
Insya Allah pada tahun 2045 saya akan mulai mewariskan Indonesia kepada putra-putri saya.
Di usia NKRI yang 100 tahun nanti,
saya ingin kita semua hidup dalam Indonesia yang Pancasilais,
yang modern,
maju,
makmur,
sejahtera,
hijau, adil, aman,
bebas korupsi,
demokratis,
dan tentunya bersatu.
Tujuan tersebut bukan tanpa tantangan.
Ancaman terbesar di tahun 2045 bukanlah pandemi.
Bukan lagi kemiskinan atau kebodohan.
Bukan separatisme.
Bukan perang nuklir. Bukan invasi militer dari luar.
Ancaman terbesar bangsa Indonesia
di tahun 2045 nanti,
the mother of all problems adalah
pemanasan global,
di mana suhu bumi rata-rata akan naik
3-4 derajat Celcius.
Itu adalah suhu terpanas sepanjang sejarah manusia. Suhu terpanas di bumi kita yang sudah berusia 4,5 miliar tahun.
Suhu tinggi akan membuat planet bumi sakit parah.
Saya tidak mau melihat Indonesia emas dan anak-anak kita nanti
hidup sengsara dalam bumi yang panas ini.
Dengan perubahan cuaca yang ekstrim di mana-mana.
Polusi merajalela dan membunuh puluhan juta orang.
Hujan deras dan banjir di mana-mana.
Gunung es di Antartika terus mencair.
Air laut akan naik setinggi 1 meter.
Sumber air dunia akan berkurang dengan sangat drastis.
Banyak pulau yang akan tenggelam.
Semakin banyak spesies punah yang disebut the sixth extinction.
Keragaman hayati akan rusak, suhu air laut yang naik, ekosistem laut yang terancam, serta terumbu karang yang banyak mati.
Penyakit semakin banyak menyebar, termasuk malaria.
Stok pangan menurun banyak dan kekeringan di mana-mana.
Banyak tanah yang akan menjadi padang pasir tandus.
Dan konflik berbasis lingkungan yang meningkat juga secara drastis.
Semua ini akibat ulah manusia.
Namun, malapetaka ini dapat juga dicegah oleh manusia.
Karena itulah, ayo kita selamatkan Indonesia dari bumi panas.
Mari kita mulai mengurangi emisi gas rumah kaca Indonesia.
Ayo kita kurangi emisi gas rumah kaca 50% di tahun 2030.
Dan kita kurangi terus sampai akhirnya kita bisa mencapai 0 emisi di tahun 2050.
Ayo hijaukan ekonomi kita, jaga hutan kita.
Jaga ekosistem laut kita.
Kembangkan energi bersih dan kurangi segala emisi karbon dalam kehidupan kita.
Sehingga Indonesia Emas 2045 akan hidup dalam bumi yang nyaman, sehat, dan bahagia.
Sehingga Indonesia dapat menjadi bagian penting dalam solusi global perubahan iklim.
Planet bumi harus kita sembuhkan dari sekarang.
Target besar dan mulia ini bisa kita capai.
Ayo kita bergotong royong.
Selamatkan planet bumi.
Selamatkan umat manusia.
Selamatkan generasi kita dan generasi seterusnya.
Kita sambut Indonesia Emas yang penuh harapan.
Selamatkan Indonesia
2045.
Sadarkah Anda, kita mungkin adalah generasi terakhir yang bisa hidup dalam dunia bercuaca normal. Kita juga adalah satu-satunya generasi yang bisa menyelamatkan umat manusia dari bahaya bumi mendidih yang menanti kita selamanya di depan. Ayo kita penuhi panggilan planet bumi, panggilan umat manusia, dan panggilan sejarah. Ayo sebarkan pesan ini dan tanda tangani petisi.
That was a very powerful video, Padino. I think you got the message across. Of course, the celebrities bring with them millions of followers. How did this message resonate within the government?
I think it resonated well. They've certainly heard it. I think the most positive reaction came to Sri Mulyani when I sent it to her. She says the message was right on. And Sri Mulyani, I think, is one of the most progressive leaders in government, on climate change. She has actually said that the damage caused by climate change is a lot more than COVID-19. So COVID-19 is only a small reminder of what the larger nature destruction can do to humanity and to Indonesia. On others, the government has different views, depending on which ministries you talk to. And, I've been surprised to find that the Ministry for Environment has been the most conservative of all the other ministries, right? For example, early this year when we had a session with them, they publicly said, we don't need to come up with any number, and this is at the, when climate diplomacy was heating up and, Indonesia wanted to be, was poised to be the next leader of G20, and for somebody in government to be saying we don't need to come up with any number, that's really something, right? And fortunately, that was revised. They came up with a number, a target date, which is 2070, and that was revised later. I think that's not owing to the Environment Ministry. I think it's owing to Pak Luhut, and also Bappenas moving it up to 2060 or earlier, right? But definitely the government has different perspectives internally about the climate challenge.
I think, the climate challenge is a threat to all of humanity. Indonesia must play a role. we have a very important role to play just because of our natural heritage. I think we are deposits, we are home to some of the largest diversity of both fauna and flora as well as animal species. I think you followed COP26 very closely, and some of the commitments that were pledged during COP26. How achievable are those commitments, do you think? And
well,
what will it
let me
take
first,
to get there?
yes. Let me first begin by saying, we've had obviously 26 COPs, right? Some in Bali, in Indonesia, I was involved in that. But this has been the most ambitious COP, right? So we got to recognize that. And I know there's the debate, is it glass half full or half empty? And I do believe that we all have to be optimists. It is actually half full, right? And the fact that you have about 156 or 7 countries who express a new NDC, a new emission reduction target before or during the COP26, that's very much significant. And the IEA, the International Energy Association, has said that if all these commitments are implemented by 2050, we will reach that 1.5 to 1.8 degree world that we aspire to, right? So the key word is really execution, because the commitment are there, and it has been counted, and it may just deliver the 1.5 to 1.8 degree world that we aspire to. The big question is the 2030 commitment is still weak, right? So the 2050 commitment, the longer commitment, countries are making it, but you can't get there unless you make a clear and concrete 2030 commitment. And here is where the problem lies, because if we just follow the 2030 weak commitments, then we're still going to end up with 2.4 degree world, right? Which is really not satisfactory. And this is where the big question on China comes, right? The UK has come up with, quite progressive targets, reducing by 60% by 2030. Europe also 55% reduction by 2030. US also, but China remains a big question. And Alhamdulillah, China and US came up at the last days of COP26 with a climate agreement. And I think it's quite, optimistic. China agreed to have a clear, ambitious climate action timeline by next year. That's one. Agreed to reduce methane ambitiously, and will work with the United States and other countries on technology and so on. China also agreed in the talk with the US to come up with a clear timeline to reduce coal, something that they were not able to do before, right? So really positive agreement between the two largest emitters in the world, US and China, and reflecting a new spirit of cooperation. Of course, that remains to be seen, to what degree they can realize that. But the big question also is on finance, right? And unfortunately, that's the glass half full part, right? Half empty part, because the developed countries did not agree to the $100 billion annually that was pledged, so that's not a good sign. But at least now there's a reporting mechanism agreed at COP26 that developed countries must report on their progress to reach that $100 billion commitment, right? Of course, the good news is Europe is upping their funding, the climate financing, and the US also has upped climate funding, I think from 9 to 13 billion, is it? Something like that, so it's good progress. But there's also agreement to double up funding for adaptation by 2025. So that will amount to about $40 billion, which is quite significant, right? And the big question is that, there's a lot of discussion on loss and damage show up. Yeah, everyone is experiencing loss and damage due to climate, severe weathers, right? Floods, extreme heat, and so on. Now, who's going to pay for it, right? Who's going to help developing countries or least developing countries who are experiencing all these destructions, floods, and so on? Where's the money coming from? That's not a clear answer at the moment, right? But this is what climate justice is all about. How do we find a transition that address the vulnerable and the poor? There are about 25 million climate refugees now presently going on, and that will worsen in the coming years, right? So there needs to be some good funding to help them to ensure climate justice.
I think you laid the threat and the challenge very clearly. I think we can say that climate change or the impact of climate change is an existential threat to humanity, and it goes across all, whether it's the developed world or developing world. And I think in terms of financing, that's really going to be a key driver, right? Because if you want to move to clean energy, there's going to be huge investments needed to especially for countries like Indonesia, which depend on fossil fuels for electrification. And many parts of the country are still not sufficiently electrified in that sense, right? So there is that dilemma. Now, on the funding side, I think governments should be can lead, but they would not have all the money. Because they have a lot of other sectors that they need to finance. Now, how important do you think it is to get society? You had a very nice video of influencers talking about the threat of climate change. They have millions of followers. Do you think it's viable to get people, individuals, to join this a huge challenge facing humanity in terms of fundraising?
Yeah, well, that's a good point, Shoaib. I think that also highlights to what extent COP26 is unique and different from previous COPs, because it's not just about NDC anymore, right? Of course, it's a big part of it. Countries saying we're going to reduce emissions by a certain amount by 2050 or 2060, right? And a lot of countries have submitted the NDCs, right? But what was unique about COP26 was the processes outside the formal negotiations, right? So this is where companies, right, and NGOs are committing to commitments, to reduce emissions or supporting efforts to reduce emissions. Right? So this has been quite phenomenal during COP26. On forests, for example, there were $19 billion pledged to halt deforestation, or to reforest areas that had been deforested, right? Out of that 19 billion, about 12 billion came from government, and about 7 billion came from the private sector, right? So there's a lot of and on top of that, by the way, G20, there was a very strong push to attain 1 trillion trees planted on Earth, and to keep 30% of Earth nature intact, right? So the role of private sector is huge, and keep in mind, show that if you Google ESG, right, and you find out how much funds are available from companies that are prioritizing ESG commitments, the number is staggering: $53 trillion, right? So yes, we're waiting for the $100 billion from the developed world to help climate financing. But outside of that, I think the real problem solver would be from the private sector. And the good news is that the private sector has become more coordinated. They have a very strong will to be part of the solution. For example, last year during the climate summit at the UN, more than 1,000 companies sign on to pledges to reduce emissions based on scientific targets. Yeah, more than 1,000 companies, and not many Indonesian companies are part of that, and I hope they join that. But the bottom line is the private sector definitely is going to be a key part of the solution. What they need is government incentives, right? Because as much as they want to help, a government must establish the regulations that will allow them to do what they can and what they want on climate change.
So I think, the momentum really is building. Yeah, I think, yes, governments are leading the way, and as you rightly put in, they need to create the right policy environment for companies to contribute more to reduce emissions. You're also the chief envoy of the Clover Climate Alliance, and I think one of the objectives is to raise climate champions across Indonesia. Do you think this message is getting across to the youth of Indonesia, especially they will be the future generations, like as you mentioned in your video, we will be the last generation to live under this normal temperatures. How active or how informed do you think is the youth of Indonesia in terms of this huge threat facing us?
Well, first, the youth, definitely the most environmental and climate conscious segment of society. That is beyond doubt, right? More so than my generation or my dad's generation. My dad's generation is all about, stability, economic development. My generation is about democracy and so on. But my kids are all about the environment and climate change. And they are very easily, they can easily catch the virus, the climate virus, because look at what Melati did, right? She was concerned about plastics. She did a campaign, and now the whole youth of Indonesia are lining up behind the plastics campaign. So I have very, high hopes on the youth as the mover of climate action in Indonesia. And there was a survey recently, interesting survey done by who did? Sorry? Yayasan Indonesia Cerah, right? And they found that 30%, sorry, where's the number here? Sorry? Oh yeah, okay. 43% of young Indonesians are willing to spend 30,000 rupiah a month to help climate change, right? And an additional 20% are willing to spend 150,000 rupiah per month, about $10, US dollars, to help climate change, right? Which means what? They play video games, they go to the malls, right? But they do have climate consciousness. And why they're important, to be honest, governments move when they see the political win, right? And there's nothing more powerful when the government sees, hey, the millennials care about the environment, about the climate, right? And the millennials in 2024 will be the largest block of voters, right? So that's very powerful incentive for the government to pay attention and to be more progressive on their climate policies. And I do believe the youth will become more vocal and more conscientious on climate change because they just somebody has lit the light, right? Melati and all these guys, and hopefully us too, and I know this fire will only spread, the climate consciousness fire.
So I think the task is really to mobilize them and give them the right direction, right? At least to give them projects to work on, because I can be very conscious about the impact of climate, but what do I actually do? How do I play a role? And I think that's really where organizations such as Global Climate Alliance can really play a role in terms of mobilizing and giving them some direction going forward.
Yes, I agree. This is why we're launching the Global Climate Alliance. Is really to target the youth and give them a space for climate action in a very real way, right? So, for example, if they buy tokens that are available, provided by, facilitated by Climate Global Alliance, that token can buy one tree, right? And they get incentive to get their peers to invest and to do the same, right? And you know, it's not much. One token is probably just short above $1. Yeah, and they will get an extra $5 in commission or bonus. Yeah, and then whoever they get to be part of this movement as climate champion, they will also you know, get an extra $5 of token, right? In other words, you know, it's a win-win. It helps the youth, the students. It gets them really engaged on climate action, and the evidence is on the ground, which is helping to plant trees. Yeah, that, and of course we all know that the tree is really a key part of sucking back down the carbon dioxide. But you know, it's the world really needs innovative, creative designs like this to move the needle, right? And you know, I just hope more and young people will, you know, either join the Global Climate Alliance and of course, you know, do other things that will, you know, make sure that the needle is moving in the right direction. Because as I said earlier, COP26 is the glass half full, but the key is in execution and acceleration, right? I think every world leader says this, right? Okay, it's enough, but not enough, right? You need to accelerate. And I think the Global Climate Alliance will play our part, hopefully, in just accelerating this process.
The key is to get a grounds up movement going, right? To get the youth engaged, and you know, and today because of technology, it's a game changer, right? It is allowed mass mobilization, bringing in, of course, you know, tokens has actually allowed us to also reward them for their work. So it's not, you know, I mean, you've heard about, you know, study as you earn, kind of earn as you study kind of what do you call it, programs out there. So this could be a very powerful force, because at the end of the day, you know, you're contributing but also earning, and you know, really making a huge difference in terms of you know, fighting climate change.
Yes, I think of it as climate entrepreneurialism, right? So you save the world, you have your own contribution, and you become an entrepreneur along the way, because you know, hopefully it's not just you contributing, but getting others to contribute. And in the meantime, you can earn some money to, you know, help pay for the tuition fees or help your mom or whatever. But it's really a happy win-win design for everybody in ways that would help the climate costs at a desperately needed time. You know, I just hope this kind of scheme can be replicated, you know, around the world. But I do hope the Global Climate Alliance can scale up. You know, it's you know, it's not a company. It's a way to democratize the climate action, right, and empower the youth to actually do their part to deliver a climate safety world.
You know, 2022 will be a very important, maybe a pivotal year for Indonesia as the, you know, as the lead for G20. There's going to be a meeting in Bali. Do you think you know, the climate agenda will be a top at the top of the list of things that the G20 nations will be looking at? Is Indonesia going to be pushing that?
Yeah, well, it has to be show up. Yeah, I mean, the government came up late to realize or to take the lead on climate action, right? So in COP26, Indonesia did not play a leadership role, right? The US did, EU did, yeah, and to some extent China also did, and so on, right? So Indonesia was just somebody, a passenger in the bus, right? Especially because our net zero commitments and so on were still not as strong as others. To lead, you have to show, hey, I'm bold, I'm bolder than everybody, right? That's why I have credibility to lead. So that much was not really shown during COP26, but we did, for example, our NDC remained the same, right? 5 years ago, we announced 29% and 41% reduction. And 5 years later in Glasgow, while everybody else raised theirs, Indonesia's remained the same at 29 and 41% ambition reduction, right? So they did not like we moving strongly or progressively as a climate leader, right? So, but I think the whole government, after going to Italy and after going to Glasgow, found their revelations that, hey, this is an important issue. Now the world is counting on Indonesia as G20 chair, and also as a country with the largest, one of the largest forest cover, and especially at the time when Brazil is doing really bad now. The Brazil's deforestation is the worst in 15 years, and so on. So the hope is high on Indonesia. So I hope the government understands that to be a credible G20 chair, you must have a credible and strong climate policy and climate leadership agenda. It's not all about, COVID-19, although that's important. It's not about economic rebound, although that's important. But climate agenda is really a big part of our credibility. And I hope the ministers are returning home now. Sri Mulyani, Erlangga, Suharto, the foreign minister, and so on, and crafting a very strong plan where G20 can be part of the global solutions for climate security.
Well, I think the message is there. I think they've taken on board the message. Now, as you say, it's really execution and coming up with the right strategy and policy framework. One of the key issues with climate change, especially with the reduction of fossil fuels, because I also understand at COP26, they talked about phasing out coal. But of course, Indonesia is heavily dependent on coal. Do you think that we can strike the right balance there between fossil fuels and maybe green energy?
Well, yes. There was the government policy paper on climate that was issued before envisioned phasing out coal, right? And PLN has talked about that as well. Bappenas has talked about that. And at COP26, for the first time, negotiators are agreeing for the first time on the need to phase out or phase down, whatever you call it, coal from the energy system. And also, this is significant, negotiators have agreed on the need to reduce or end fossil fuel subsidies, by, I think there was a date, so it's 2050 or something, which is very significant gain in my view. But keep in mind, this is going to be very political, right? In Indonesia, ending fossil fuel subsidies is very political thing to do. There will be some commotion, some noise when that's done, right? But it's really important to start that process, phasing out coal, and then start thinking the direction of phasing out fossil fuel subsidies and giving more incentives to renewables, right? I think the players in solar and in geothermal are still complaining that, yes, we are the new hope, but it's not, there's not enough government incentives for us to go big on solar and geothermal or hydro, because companies need to make money, right? No company want to invest in renewables and lose money. And government need to make sure that the right incentives are there for them to make money and also to expand the renewable energy portion. And keep in mind the target of 23% by 2025 renewable energy in the energy mix system is far from being achieved. I think right now we are at about 11%, is it? Yeah, around 11% of far below the 23% target, right? So we need to do something very dramatic, and that also again brings to the classic theme. Commitment is there, right? But what about execution, right? What about acceleration? So those two things are very important, both in the Indonesia context and the global context. Execution of commitments and acceleration of commitments.
Right. I think, yeah, you've said it very clearly. I think the commitment is just a start, right? You really need to push now going forward. I mean, for developing countries especially, transitioning will be difficult. It will require a very strong political will. And of course, in democracies, governments change, right? So, one government can make the commitment, the next may not keep it. But do you think that, even if the political winds and the politicians, the leaders change, but institutionally in Indonesia, is this issue percolating down into the institutions, into the ministerial frameworks, rather than just staying at the top?
Yeah, I would like it to be that way. Keep in mind, for example, democracy and human rights were two big issues that were not institutionally planted in our country. But since 1999, that became so. Yeah, since 1997 or so, that became so. So now, even though we have problems with democracy and human rights, at least the institutional memory is all about democracy and human rights. So if that's being challenged, then the institution is will respond to it. Right? Right now, we're not there yet. I think right now, when we think about climate change, the government's mindset is just about the forest now. Yeah. So that's why the narratives will always be about achievement in the forestry section. 85% reduction in the last 2 years, which is really phenomenal, right? But the climate insecurity in the coming years will come from the energy sector, right? And here we have a lot of dirty energy laying around, especially a coal-fired electricity plant, right? So I think to get the institution to understand our climate responsibility, they need to understand it's more than just the forest. It's the energy, it's the agriculture, it's the industry, and so on that needs to have net zero targets. And also the private sector, by the way. I think from COP26, many companies are announcing net zero aligned targets, right? And there are very few Indonesian companies that have that net zero aligned business strategy. And I hope that can be done, hopefully by Kadin, they can start promoting that and so on.
Right. Yeah, so I think you're right. I mean, this is going to be a massive effort, and it will involve all segments of society, not just the government, not just big corporations, but also individuals. But I think you rightly put it. If the push comes from the ground, and the millennials who will be leading this country, who will be the voters, and who will also be consumers. So let's not forget that they will be consuming all these products, and they will be demanding that whatever they buy is not contributing to the global heating process. So I think that's going to be the main driver, and at the end of the day, markets will play a role. So we are moving towards decarbonization exchanges, and I mean, the technology is available there to actually capture carbon dioxide out there. So, it's in a way, I would say, it's a perfect storm of factors coming in to push this agenda forward at this current time.
Yes, I agree. I think, there are a lot of costs that have become fashionable one day and they faded away the next day, right? But I really believe that climate security will be a growing cost, a growing and permanent cost, right? I think the youth has begun to catch on to it, and I think it will definitely scale up. I think it will be a political issue by 2024, meaning that any presidential candidate has to prove his or her climate credentials. Yeah. And I think more NGOs and more campuses will be devoting more time on climate discussions, right? I mean, I see this at the foreign policy group that I belong to, and I'm also the chairman of Indonesian Lecturers Association. So lecturers of campuses across Indonesia, both private and state universities. I'm the chairman of that group, and I'm reading all the time them saying, "Hey, what about this climate change? How much we worry about it, and what can we do, and so on." So again, I do think this is a snowball that will become bigger and bigger. And it should be so. And I was worried last year that there was no such thing, right? I was worried that nobody was paying attention to this. But this year is much better in terms of public opinion, especially the millennials and the youth opinion on climate challenge.
And we at the Indonesia Economic Forum actually look forward to working with you personally, and of course the Global Climate Alliance, to move this agenda forward. And our platform will include students too, and of course the business community. So I think there's a very strong opportunity here to engage the wider society on this issue. And I think really it's entering the public consciousness today. Media is talking about it. Your video is a very strong testament to the artistic community is also on board. Students are on board. So the movement is good, but I agree with you that the framework and the ecosystem needs to be in place. So Ambassador Dino, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been great having you. And I think this is the first time too that the Indonesia Economic Forum is actually putting this issue on front and center.
There you go. Yeah. Yes.
So
a sign of the time, right?
Yes, exactly. So thank you again, and this is I think an imperative that we just cannot ignore. So thank you for your message. Thank you for your efforts, and we look forward to working very closely with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shoaib.
Thank you. Take care. That was Ambassador Dino, and I think we all can agree that climate change is an existential threat facing humanity. We in Indonesia have a very rich natural heritage that we should protect and preserve for the next generation. We cannot afford to lose our forest cover. We cannot afford to lose our wonderful, wonderful natural environment that has been given to us. So I urge all of you out there to join the Indonesia Economic Forum together with the Global Climate Alliance to make a real difference. Our next session will be on AI and how it will impact society, and are we ready for it? Are we ready for the changes that AI will bring? We have seen it already in many societies. Artificial intelligence is reshaping, redefining some of our very basic concepts of society and how we operate. Stay with us. We'll be right back with a very insightful and very distinguished panel of speakers on AI, its impact on society, and are we ready for it? Thank you so much. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to the Indonesia Economic Forum for our morning session. We have a very interesting and exciting panel coming up now. AI is shaping our future. Are we ready for it? This is going to be a very engaging panel. We have a number of speakers from across the world joining us. I would now like to introduce Mr. Nalin Singh. He is the CEO and co-founder of Orbit Future Academy. Nalin is well versed in technology. He is a startup founder. He's run Fortune 500 companies. He's produced movies. He's written books on many of these topics. So Nalin will be moderating the session and will be leading the discussion. Nalin, welcome to the Indonesia Economic Forum.
Thank you, Shoaib. Praise always goes to my head very fast and then I become insufferable. It's bad enough as it is.
It's all facts.
So thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. I think IEF this year is going really well. The sessions by Pagita this morning was excellent. So this session is on AI, and Indonesia is no stranger to AI and the frenzy around it. It's not a question of whether we are ready. The question is we got to be ready. People argue that AI has not yet had a large enough impact. It's still small and cute in our day-to-day devices, our cars, etc. But it's pushing people in different directions. Some argue that it's replacing humans in the workforce. And also some of the applications are pretty frivolous. But that tends to happen whenever a new technology comes out. It takes time to settle down, time to mature. And the technology moved much faster than the quality of data capture and data structuring. In Indonesia itself, if you look at Southeast Asia, it's estimated that in 10 years' time, by 2030, AI itself will be a $1 trillion contribution to the region's GDP, with Indonesia having a share of nearly 366 billion added to its GDP through AI. Further research shows that Indonesia and Southeast Asia is one of the fastest adopters of AI. More than 24% of the organizations have integrated AI into their operations. Now, a lot is talked about AI. Even in Indonesia, politically, you hear a lot from the president, the ministers, and the education system, which is really progressive, and I'm proud to be a part of it. AI has become a real fulcrum. It comes with a lot of challenges, right? There's a shortage of talent, supporting IT systems, quality of data, security is always a challenge. I mean, they say a new IoT device is cyber attacked on the internet within the first 5 minutes that it goes online. Transparency and AI ethics, where Europe is taking a lead and putting up laws. But thankfully, I don't have to answer all these questions myself. I would bore you to death. I have a fantastically qualified, illustrious set of panelists with me today. Let me just quickly introduce them, and then we shall move on. I would recommend that you go to each one of their LinkedIn profiles and have a look at their full profile to understand the kind of work they do and what kind of practitioners they are. We have Dr. Denny Rajarho. He has more than 28 years experience in some of the largest technology companies in the world, in senior most positions on the technology and information side of it. He went ahead after 25 years of experience and acquired a PhD degree in how to value early stage startups. And he tried to come up with a formula for that. I had the honor of helping him for a part of his thesis. He's published a lot of articles. He is also very passionate about running, and he's quite an active investor, as well as somebody who teaches AI in some of the institutions of higher learning in Indonesia. We have Komal Sharma Talwar. She's from Chandigarh, India, a real global citizen, if you were to say. You go have a look at her LinkedIn profile. It'll take me all the time of this panel just to explain her various accomplishments and the committee she sits on the AI side. She's the founder and director of TT Consultants, an intellectual property and technology consulting analytics firm with offices in various parts of the world, including India, Taiwan, and US. What she will present today is also from another company in a related field called Excel Scout, where she's a co-founder. And I will leave it to her to explain that fantastic new product, which has a large component of AI in it. A third panelist, Shaikh Mazumdar. I had the privilege of visiting his office a couple of years ago and have been following him since then. And his company, Unimart, has grown phenomenally. As a person, he's an interesting personality. He was in the Indian Navy, one of the youngest officers, he's a helicopter pilot. He went on to get his MBA from NCR. He worked in Rocket Internet Ventures. And that's what inspired him to set up Unimart, which is an online platform for SMEs seeking to sell globally. That's about it for our panelists. What we are going to do is we are going to hear from each one of them, the opening remarks. Komal has got a presentation, so I'll have her go first. I'll ask them a few questions on their presentation, and then we will open up for a wider panel discussion. Welcome, Komal. Welcome, Pardeni. Welcome, Shaikh. And
Thank
Komal,
you.
if you can lead the way, you can share your screen and go ahead and present.
Yeah, I'm getting a message which says host disabled the participant screen sharing. So
okay, we'll get that enabled right away. If the admin team can take care of that, please. Okay, try now. Is it working now?
No, it's still disabled.
No. So the admin team, if you can hear us,
if they have it, they can run it. I don't know if they have it, they can run it.
You can either run the presentation we sent you, or you can enable screen share.
Yeah, whatever works. So I think, I mean, while they share the screen, sure. So we're largely in the space of innovation and AI. And as Nalin just said, I founded Excel Scout. I was in the innovation consulting business for a good 15 years and realized that there is so much scope for new technologies to kind of change the landscape for innovation. There is a lot of talk about AI again in different industries, but nobody was really looking at leveraging all the world's innovation data for companies and for organizations to be able to create data-driven innovations. So if we look at, there's a very large market size which needed to be addressed. If you look at the R&D expenditure across the world, it's about $2.1 trillion a year. And if you look at the patent spend for companies across the world, it's about $200 billion, right? But if you look at the data, it clearly shows that the ROI from innovation is declining. There's been almost a 40% drop in ROI productivity as far as the returns are concerned. And therefore, businesses globally are looking to digitalize their innovation processes so that they can shorten the innovation period, get the products and services to market quicker, and thereby increase their ROI. And that's exactly where we come in. We help organizations and universities, especially in globalizing, in globally digitalizing their critical innovation workflows through the use of AI so that there is an acceleration of innovation across the world. So what we've largely done is we've applied explainable AI. Again, there's a very big factor in AI is that a lot of companies don't trust in adoption of AI because they feel that it's a black box. So we felt that, so that a lot of enterprises across the world can adapt our technology, we made sure that all of our technologies were based on explainable AI. What we did was we applied explainable algorithms. Okay, this is still disabled. So we took about 130 million patents. We took about 200 million plus research papers. We have corporate data, litigation data. We integrated some APIs. And then we put a robust layer of Elasticsearch over that. And through that, we've kind of created a lot of applications. I believe the time is limited today. The one application that I really want to speak about, or two applications which kind of really you change the landscape for innovation is number one, ProblemScaper. Now, ProblemScaper is an application we've just developed. It's a result of a lot of deep research that we've done with the University of Western University in Canada. It's a Canadian government-funded project where we've had a bunch of PhDs in NLP who worked on the algorithm, and we've created the world's largest problem data set. Now, from what we understand, every patent is trying to solve a problem, right? That can be a great starting point for businesses globally to see, what kind of problems are being spoken about in a particular area. Okay, I think it's up here now. but that's okay. I think I've already started. So yeah, so I think we've gone through these slides. If you can just take it forward.
Tell me where to stop.
Yeah. So for example, yeah, so just go to the last one, please. So here, for example, if you put in a certain technology area, for example, we're looking at augmented reality here, right? You put in augmented reality, and through NLP, we are able to extract what are the different problems being addressed in about 100 million patterns, whichever relate to augmented reality. And then at a click of a button, you can see what kind of problems are being addressed here. Now, the next thing that we are working on is also a solution data set, right? Where within the patent, we are also looking at what are the solutions which are being addressed by companies to solve a certain problem. And what we really believe here is that when you put together the world's largest problem and solution data set, and you put these data sets together and you apply principles of innovation over that and custom train the transformer-based machine learning models like BERT, the machine will be able to actually generate new data-driven innovations. What it'll also do is it'll be able to solve R&D problems faster. So 30% of R&D expenditure currently in the world goes to reinventing the wheel. 40% of an R&D engineer's time right now goes into getting the right pieces of information together so that he can decide what to launch, what not to launch, what's happening in the R&D area. So this, we believe, is going to be the first pre-trained machine learning model, which will be able to assist the users in solving their problems faster and generating data-driven innovations. Now, this can be a very powerful way in which companies, organizations across the world will be able to innovate on their own. They'll be able to ideate, and the machine will be able to provide probably problems to a lot of solutions to a lot of problems which address us even on the social or other parameters. So we believe this could be a transformational technology in accelerating innovation within organizations and having companies kind of not reinvent the wheel and focus more on the white spaces which are there. So this is just a snapshot of what we are doing. So we are taking all the world's patents, we are putting trained NLP models over that. So we'll have the world's largest problem data set, the world's largest novelty and solutions advantages. Over that, when you apply BERT models, the system will be able to provide suggestions to you. So hopefully this will be a breakthrough technology which will help us to solve problems faster in the world. And we also believe that more of the future world's inventions will be created using a data-driven approach. So when we have such rich data, when you have all the world's patents which are already solving problems in a certain way, when you have research papers and publications, you put that together with market data and other things, this can really, really be transformative for companies to solve problems that they are unable to solve or are taking time to solve. The second module that we've just developed is also very interesting. This is something which has been adapted by universities across the world. It's called the novelty checker, where again, all that the user has to do here, for example, is enter a technology area and enter a problem that a small little, a brief, what is the idea that you have, right? That you are trying to see. So once you click on the next button, the machine again, through NLP technologies and some machine learning models, is able to go through all the world's patents and research papers and suggest to you how strong your idea right now is. Now, the use case for this again is, universities, thousands of ideas, bright ideas that students have, very, very small technology transfer departments who are not able to cope up with so many ideas. Therefore, they get delayed, and then a lot of students kind of lose rights on patents. So here, this is a system which is actually given out to all the students in universities where they're able to actually self-assess how strong their idea is. They're able to see what is out there in the world which could come in the way of filing a patent. So for example, here it gives you a lot of demographics on what is the patent grant ratio in your field of idea, which is the top country, and then it says your idea is medium. And again, here, the machine again is able to suggest concepts to you, which are from parallel domains, which help to kind of open up the innovation space for an innovator. And if you feel your idea is not very, very unique, you're able to take the system suggestions, strengthen your idea, and then file the patent. So in a way, it makes the quality of your patent much higher. And now the power of democratization of innovation is actually in your hands, where you're only going to your technology transfer department or your patent attorney only as a last mile. And a lot of the analysis that you need to do to get rights over your invention kind of lay with you. So this is another module which we feel again will help to really democratize innovation. Again, the student can also get an automated report. This tells you the top 10 results. For example, here it's comparing the patents is found to the key features of your invention. So this is how the system again works here. And again, what we have learned from our experience of AI again is that if you want enterprises to really adopt AI, it's very important that the algorithms of AI are accurate. Because ultimately, a lot of the consulting work, like a lot of high-end work, nobody's going to replace that with the machine if the accuracy levels are not high. So all the algorithms that we worked on, we've made sure that we invent less, but we invent something which is close to human level of analysis. So if you see at the bottom, Excel Scouts, we have a taxonomy categorization algorithm right now, which can analyze lakhs of patterns and put them into different technology clusters and tell you and kind of tell you trends in technology across the world, which has an accuracy level of 95%. So I remember when we launched a similar product 2 years ago, the algorithm accuracy was at about 50%. And a lot of users said that, if for an enterprise to change something at a very fundamental level, someone's job is betting on it, right? So if the accuracy levels are not there, it's very difficult for enterprises to kind of adopt technology at an enterprise level. The next slide, please. And also, as I was saying, explainability again is very important. So here, this is a McKinsey survey which was done recently, which clearly showed that the third most important reason that an enterprise does not adopt AI technology is explainability, right? So nobody really wants that when you're looking at, so for example, here, if someone's decision of whether they're going to file a patent or not, what are the white spaces in an R&D area? When you're looking at those kind of decisions, which are worth millions of dollars, are riding on an AI algorithm, it is very important, I think, that if there's explainability within those algorithms, and you're able to create a glass box approach for your users and tell them clearly what is it that the algorithm is doing at the back end to create what it's creating, that again becomes a very, very high point for, I think, enterprises to adopt technology. So these are the two top learnings. And again, of course, explainable AI. And this is, of course, a corpus that we've developed. This is the world's largest technology dictionary, which has 3 billion concepts. So as soon as you put in a word, it's able to go through all the world's patents, non-patents, and tell you what are the similar concepts in that area. So for an innovator who has no idea of the IP landscape, this is something where you spend a lot of time in making sure your search is comprehensive. You have to really go on like multiple websites to see what is out there to be included in your search. So this is a corpus that we've developed. It's a 3 billion concepts, whatever. And it makes sure that even for a student or an academician who has no experience in the area is able to do a comprehensive search with the suggestions of the AI system. So I think our vision really is that we want to apply explainable AI over all the world's innovation data, and we want to change the way the world ideates and innovates. We want to make it more efficient for today's world, and we want to make sure that the innovation, the ability of innovation and ideation is in the hand of each one person in every organization in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Komal. I think that was very well put, and our audience would have understood a lot of it. But for the layperson, I'm going to try to summarize in my own way, and you let me know if I'm accurate enough. So there are two parts of this product, and I remember speaking about this product with you nearly 2 years ago. I think it was February 2020, nearly 2 years ago. And that time you were very excited, and it was still being built. Parts of it were still being built.
Right.
So one part of it is where it helps university students and researchers to basically first do a sanity check if what they're doing is already done before.
Yes.
And if what they're doing has got a significant differentiator for them to continue pursuing it.
Yes.
So that's my understanding of first part of it.
Yes, and also if they think that the idea is not strong, right? Then there's a lot of algorithms where the AI system is able to suggest to you what is it that you can add within your idea to strengthen it and then file it.
Yeah, and the first part that you explained, where corporates and commercial organizations can use it for innovation. Now that is taking it a step further, right? It's a bit of a leap of faith over there. How mature is your platform in that aspect? Because I would think from a company commercialization perspective, that would be where you'd be expecting the bigger bucks.
Yeah, so the product right now really has been adopted by enterprises. We have a mix of universities and Fortune 100, 500 companies who've already subscribed to the product, on a 1 year or a 3 year contract basis. This is only what I showed you today because I had limited time. But what we really also do is a whole landscape of a technology globally in a few minutes. Right? Because again, companies are looking at, technology collaborations. They're looking at what their competitors are doing. Competitor benchmarking is a very important thing for companies across the world. So we are making sure that all the data that you require for a comprehensive analysis is all there. It's all clean data. We've spent a year and a half on standardizing and enriching the data. And then we've applied layers of machine learning, NLP over that. And we are going to keep rolling out new applications. But technology benchmarking and competitor benchmarking is also something that we do. It takes about 3 minutes for the machine to do it. And when I do it on the consulting basis, it's about a 400, 500-hour project. And also with the innovation landscape changing so quickly, right? Disruptive technologies coming in, there's cross licensing, there's disruptive startups that are coming and kind of like disrupting the space. It's not that you do a search now and you do a search after 3 months. Companies really have to have, like a dynamic, constant view of what's happening in their technology area and what their competitors are doing. So that's the speed we are trying to bring to the analysis, so that, everything is already out there. You use that data for strategic business decision making.
So let me just take some of those points a little further. I know you have a hard stop, so I'm going to ask all my questions to you first. So in an AI-driven product company, not a service company or a product company, the typical life cycles are longer. And hence, sometimes entrepreneurs tend to shy away from such companies because it is a bit CapEx heavy at the start.
Yes.
What is a typical life cycle for a go-to product timeline for a product-based AI company?
Yeah, so I think the number one question really would be to do with data, right? Like, because that's the fuel for any AI system. So as I said in our case, patent data actually is the most structured data in the world. It's mostly easily available, right? But then even if you buy the data, there is a whole lot of enrichment that still needs to be done. So I think one, you have to look at what is the data that your AI systems are going to be based on, availability, how clean is it, how standardized is it global data that you're looking at, or is it a limited set of data? I think that's something that took us a year and a half. Despite the data being so clean and available across the world, we still had to spend so much time in enriching and cleaning the data further. Right. And then also, I think the most important thing in creating the system really is I understand that when you're selling a product of AI at an enterprise level, the adaptation is slow. Even for a product like ours, when we introduce it to a client, right, the life cycle for even getting inside the company, the enterprise doors is 3 to 6 months. Because when they make that change, as I said, they make it at a very, very enterprise level. So there would be more than maybe 50 or 100 people in the company who would be using that to kind of create like a lot of business decision making, right? And therefore, it took us a lot of time to make all our systems accurate, explainable. We understood that those could be roadblocks in our enterprise level adaptation. So I think also the patience of being able to first build these products, get the data right, understand the use case for the product, get the product right. As you said, talent is a very big problem across the world, getting the right talent, the right team together, and then the patience to kind of like have that 3 to 6 months, be prepared to kind of wait for the client to test your product, retest it, because it's going to replace maybe or complement a human doing very high level analysis. And we've learned a lot through our journey of a year and a half also. I mean, we've continued to work on more explainability, more accuracy, how close can we come to human analysis, so those are all roadblocks, I think, that a lot of product companies, AI-based companies have to face.
So, you mentioned talent as a challenge. As a business owner at this stage, among these three things, and if there's something else, let me know. What keeps you up at night? Is it the lack of talent? Is it security of the cyber security side of it? Or is it just the pace of innovation that is forcing you to change?
No, I think it's just the client adaptation that keeps me up. It's those are the numbers I'm looking at all the time. That because if the client is adapting your product, then you've got your product right. And if they're not adapting it, you might have everything. You might have the best talent, you might have, the best idea, but if the adaptation is not there, then your product is no good.
So just on the adaptation side of it, we see a lot of AI products which you would classify as frivolous, right? On the consumer side of it, compared to a more serious product that you have built. Yeah. Does it sometimes frustrate you that this kind of adaptation happens so easily, and here you spend 2 years of your life trying to build this great product and people still want to be convinced about it?
Yeah, I think it's frustrating at times, but we understand because I've done the consulting part of this innovation business also for 15 years, so I know. And lawyers and attorneys are the last to change. And what we're trying to break into really are like general counsels, CTO level people, the C-suite. So I think they really have to be convinced of making that change in their organization where they're depending more on machines than humans. So we understand that change, even I always call it like a change in your thinking. It's a change in mindset also for organizations. It has to start from the top to the bottom. So when we work with Japanese enterprises, if you start going bottom to up, that AI technology is never going to get used. It has to be a top to bottom approach, and it has to be the value proposition has to be very clear to the person that you're talking to. Is it increasing their revenue? Is it decreasing their cost? What is the ROI in terms of efficiency, cost saving? The clearer your ROI statement is, the more you've done your own homework on what it's going to bring to the organization, the faster the adoption.
Yeah, it has to save 1, 2, or 3 of the TQMs, right? Time, quality, or money.
Exactly.
So you mentioned C-suite, and that is a perfect time to bring Pardeni into the conversation, because he's part of that CXO group in some of the largest tech organizations in the world. So Pardeni, let us have your opening remarks, and maybe you can also respond to what Komal just presented.
Yeah. In my opinion, and we are now living in this industry 4.0 kind of like era, right? In which the boundary between physical and virtual or digital are getting blurred. Right? Hence, many new technologies, such as AI, machine learning, smart factories, IoT, and stuff are getting a lot of attention. And like you correctly pointed out, Nalin, in your opening remarks, Indonesia has been adopting as well in recent years quite strongly, right? A lot of support even from government, from enterprise areas that have been put in place, for the last maybe a few years. So, for example, in the current enterprise where I'm working, we are trying to kind of leverage this kind of new technologies, to kind of like improve our productivities, in certain areas where, for example, I call it like 4Ds, right? A task that typically dull, then dangerous, and then dirty, and also repetitive, or in other words, dumb. Right now, this is the area that I believe AI or robot in this case could take over from human, and I believe human can leverage AI, machine learning to the best, the best so-called like possible, right? In our case, something that we never thought could be possible. For example, in the past, we have to depend human, to really do kind of like manual inspection to the remote sites of Indonesia. And Indonesia is such a massive country, 1,000 islands, right? And nowadays, also, not many people are willing to take this kind of like very laborious job. So this is where we deploy AI, machine learning, to improve the accuracy of quality control, for example, right? in our manufacturing, we deploy IoT plus machine learning for preventive or predictive maintenance. And then, of course, for repetitive tasks, we are implementing RPA, robotic process automation, to not only standardize the process, but also to improve the human productivity in what we do. Okay? So I agree with Komal just now. We are at the maybe starting point, like a tip of the iceberg. A lot of opportunities for such massive countries like Indonesia. As we know, we have a huge population, number four in the world, right? And one unique and positive thing about the country, we have this phenomena referred as bonus demography, right? In which up to 2030, okay, majority of our population are dominated with young people, and young people they are typically open for new technologies, including AI. Yeah, they are quite, of course, willing to learn. Yeah, they are willing to spend, and they are very good with many new things come along the way. So if a country like Indonesia can leverage this phenomena, having this unique positioning in terms of bonus demography, I think the opportunities are going to be endless. I think that's all for time being, Ali.
So as you look at Indonesia and what the government is trying to achieve here in terms of having all the population get aware about AI and create a talent base, which even compared to India and China is lagging behind. What do you think really needs to be done to accelerate this process?
Well, I mean, it's always about three things, right? People, process, and technology. And I always, put people at the highest priority. So you're talking about the people, it's about the quality of the people, the knowledge, the aptitude and attitude. So I think we need to really, improve the way we spearhead the latest technology, Industry 4.0, including AI. Make it part of the curriculum in our educational system, right? So whatever you do with Orbit actually is spot on, So we need to really, ensure our younger generation are exposed and then given enough opportunity to really put the knowledge into practice, right? And then second is, of course, the process. Yeah, we need to review the whole overall process, analyze which one that can be improved, can be utilized, can be automated with the technology like AI, and then put in place the right tools, the right technologies to enable the people and process. I think that's something that we really need to put in place in order to get the best out of this technology, Nalin.
When you compare, the kind of investments in Indonesia, we are almost default all the time comparing ourselves to Singapore. When you compare the kind of ecosystem that is here and the kind of ecosystem we have in Singapore, which is not a great innovation ecosystem on its own, right? But still, do you see there are things that are being done there that can be kind of replicated here with effect?
Oh yeah. I mean, I have the luxury of also kind of like living in Singapore, so I observe, I kind of also experience on how things are being done over there, right? And so if I may kind of like maybe quote one example, something that maybe could be replicated elsewhere, including Indonesia, is the strong collaboration between three parties, right? Government, enterprise, and academic. So government came out with a blueprint for the nation. Second, also coming out with a lot of initiative, including grants and subsidy, and then enable startups and enterprise to kind of like explore those kind of initiative, maybe with minimum risk, especially capex. And then also kind of like brought in academics aspect into the mix, by engaging so-called like professors, lecturers, or even students, as a so-called like a place to really initiate the whole kind of like ideas, combining theory and practice, and then work with maybe venture capital or venture builder or corporate ventures and try to implement in the enterprise space, just to solidify so-called like initial NPV or prototype, and having enterprise as the initial customers. And then everything is a kind of like being monitored, supervised, and supported by the government. And when things are ready, even government is helping the startup or the enterprise for market expansion. And we know Singapore is a very small market, so they always have this aspire to go, to other countries, including Indonesia. So I think this is something that maybe we can be aspired, right? Because Indonesia has a massive country, very rich natural resources. So if we can maybe replicate the formula in Indonesia, I believe, I think that the success would be much, much greater.
So let's move. Dennis, stay on while we speak with Shaikh, and then we'll have our questions from the audience and other questions that have come in. So Shaikh, let's have your opening remarks, and let's understand a bit about what you are doing with AI in your company.
Nalin, if you allow me, I'll present and I'll take 2 minutes if that's okay.
Please.
Okay. So at Unimart, we say that we are powering global commerce. Let's understand that a little bit more. Okay. Now, every region on Earth has its own e-commerce leadership. If you look at Southeast Asia, it'll be Shopee, it'll be Lazada, it'll be Tokopedia, depending on the different regions. 85% of the world's e-commerce revenues come from these platforms. If you're a manufacturer, if you're a brand, if you're selling anything, you cannot afford to ignore these platforms. You cannot afford to ignore e-commerce because you need to sell online. Now, while that is true, it is also incredibly difficult to get started. It's very difficult to scale your business online. Majority of the businesses, whether they're legacy or they're new, are struggling to take their share of online revenues from 3 to 5% to about 20 to 50%, because that's where you want to be. Adding a new channel of sale is a lot of hard work. It requires you to add more people because it's specialized knowledge, right? Operations, supply chain, shipping, marketing. It costs you about $100,000 US dollars a year for every new channel that you add. And there are so many different technology that you need to figure out that you end up hiring a technology team. This, what looks like a lot of stuff on the screen is real. This is what makes it so complex that merchants tend to give up. Brands tend to give up. They think, is it worth chasing so many different things and getting it done in order to go for those new channels? Let's sell on the 1 or 2 channels we know, and let's do it manually. Problem is that there are so many different technology solutions in these as well, like last mile delivery, warehousing, warehouse management systems, e-commerce marketplaces, shipping, returns, it just goes on. You have to keep hiring technology people to aggregate all of this. Otherwise, you won't scale. If you don't do it, if you say, I'm not going to sell and I'm going to focus on the 1 or 2 channels, you're leaving $90 billion in annual revenues. 90 billion. That's the amount of money. And by the way, Indonesia is growing massively when it comes to e-commerce, but there's still so much more that Indonesia can and Indonesian merchants can sell to the world. And there's so many categories that do well. That is where a Unimart comes in. We combine this entire ecosystem. You go to a Lazada, you go to a Shopee, what does that give you? It gives you shipping, supply chain, everything in one place, right? But for that platform, what we do is we provide you the same ecosystem, but for the world. So you can take it and then use it to sell on any geography, any platform, okay? We were talking about AI. I wanted to focus a little bit on AI and how we help the merchants. We have created the world's first artificial intelligence enabled cataloging system. What this does is it allows a merchant to just come in, link any of their existing account, we will pull all the data. And on the basis of that, we will then create the catalogs for every new channel. We will tell you what the pricing should be. We will write the description automatically for you. We have a few 100 million products that we're collecting every year globally. We have one of the most advanced catalog management tools in the world. In fact, this is the only application in the world that creates the catalog from scratch for the merchants. This is revolutionary. Because if you think about it, the biggest roadblock to you going live is being able to optimize your catalog for each channel. Obviously, we are giving you shipping, supply chain, and all that, but you could still figure that out. But could you know what is the right price? How much sales will you get? Could you figure out the description for each in different languages? Could you do the keywording? We do that using AI. We tell you how much sales you'll get and how much marketing you should do using AI. Look at this. This is all platform that has been built by us that is guiding you on the different geographies, telling you how much you should focus on marketing in different areas, giving you every visitor profile, giving you all the data about your users, giving you insights. This is a very practical application. Every business, every second business out there is trying to sell on e-commerce and struggling. Mid to large, small to mid, it does not matter. Unimart comes across as a platform that helps them to sell across 100 countries, reduce their cost by 35%, grow their revenues by 2 times. That's kind of what we do. We've got an amazing global management team, people who've led lots of large companies. That includes me. My background, and Nalin has already said. Thank you very much.
Shaikh, that's amazing to see. Another world-class product coming out from this part of the world. I know it has not been easy, right? I have observed you since 2018 up close, relatively, and I also visited your offices. But when did this journey start, and how long has it taken you to get here?
So, I mean, I was one of the global managing directors for the Rocket Internet Group. And many of you know, Rocket used to be the parent company for Lazada until Alibaba acquired them. So Rocket has similar Lazada kind of platforms in South Asia, in India, in LATAM, Africa. My job was to connect the dots, to create a global platform where merchants from one country could sell in another country. And that is what I did. I connected 21 countries, helped the group GMV grow up by 30% in 1 year. Now, that kind of gave me the insights that I wanted to, I understood that merchants from, it didn't matter which country, it could be Indonesia or India, it could be China or US, it didn't matter. Merchants were struggling to sell globally. Merchants were struggling to kind of optimize their presence online. And I realized that there was a gap between the merchants and the channels of sales. So I started off in 2017, January with Unimart. We met in 2018 in Bangalore, Nalin. And then I remember most of the times, the biggest initial roadblock was that this is too difficult. It is global. It's got too many moving pieces, and technology of this level cannot be created so easily. So I think more than anything, it's been persistence. It's been a lot of pain, but through that process, we have evolved and we've come up with this technology platform. We recently launched it in Middle East early this year. I'm just back from US, so we've launched it in the US, and we're getting very, very good traction now. So yes, I think it's been
I want to get a sense of, we could keep hearing about how technology is progressing so fast.
Yes.
And you started this company, what, 2016?
Yeah.
5 years ago. 17, 4 years ago. So from that point, when you started and the technology that was there and what AI could do, compared to what is there now, I'm not talking of data, just the technology of what there is now 4 years later and what it can do. Can you give me some kind of quantification of what it has exploded into? Or
I think the best way to explain that is Turing's law, but I mean, I'm not going into technicalities. We are seeing a massive growth in AI related services in every field, and specific to e-commerce, there's been such an explosion of artificial intelligence related technologies that you wouldn't even know it and you're using it, and there's no option but to use it. Just to give you some examples. Back in 2017, the best that you could talk about in catalog was something called a PIM, a Product Information Management System. I'm not going to go into complexities, but for people who know, a PIM basically has templated catalogs. You fill in the data and then it maps the data into different channels of sales. That was the best you could do. Then came NLP-led technologies. What NLP-led technologies did was they started understanding keywords. They started understanding what was trending in order to better optimize the product description or the keywords. Around 2018, I started seeing the growth of a tremendous amount of AI-led sales prediction, Jungly, etc., quite a few, they came up with similar solutions because Amazon or Lazada would not give away their proprietary data. But there are leading indicators of the data, like, for example, how many products are there in a category, how long has a product been in the market, the life cycle of the product, how many reviews, ratings, pricing, seasonality. There are at least a million different indicators that will tell you, right, about how the product may perform. We saw a lot of that progression happen, although they were not very accurate back in 2018, right? We were seeing just barely scraping 50% and above, which is basically like throwing stones in the dark. We also saw some emergence of AI-led virtual shopping, but again, that did not go very smoothly those days due to the lack of bandwidth and lack of technology. In 21, when I'm in the US and I'm talking to businesses, what I'm seeing is every business wants to go omnichannel. They're talking about putting up magic mirrors. They're talking about using omnichannel using AI. You know, I'll give you an example. I was working with this beauty brand I cannot name for confidentiality issues. And what they did was, they basically wanted to go through omnichannel. They put up mirrors in their retail stores, which where if you wanted to try a dress or a lipstick, you'd take the dress, you'd stand out in front of the mirror, and the mirror would show you how you would look with that lipstick, with that cosmetic. So you didn't actually have to try all of that. It would automatically, using image recognition technology, show you that. And then if you wanted to, you could place that order on the mirror and it would get delivered home. And you know, it was basically tracking your choices over time, both online and offline, and giving you the best possible recommendation. It might sound scary, but in essence, it is taking away a big pain from shopping. Women find it very difficult to find dresses of their size. Women find it very difficult to find cosmetics that fit them well, where they look nice, right? It's a perennial problem. This takes away that problem. You don't need a shop assistant to come and tell you that this will fit you or not. It actually gives you all the data points on the screen that this is what is going to make you look so nice based on all the other purchases you've done. This is something I was working with. There's another one where we were working on demand prediction using community algorithms. So I'm not going into more details, but yes, I believe we are seeing the dawn of, or forget the dawn, I think we are already beyond the dawn of the AI era.
Yeah. So in some ways, like you said, it's scary as well, right? And not just women, I find difficult to get clothes of my size as well, because my size keeps expanding and contracting depending on my diet. But on a more serious note, Pardeni, you have been working with the education system as an educator also, sometimes pro bono, sometimes helping out. And I know tonight you're addressing the university students of Indonesia in Orbit's Arjuna program. How should students look at their careers? Because when they are studying things today, some branch of engineering, something, specialization, should they take into account whether that job will be there 5 years from now or not? I'm not talking 10, 15, 20 years. Even 5 years, will the degree hold?
Yeah, absolutely, Nalin. I mean, I've been asked this question many times, to be very honest, you know, right? Why I don't have my crystal ball on me at the moment, with me at the moment, you know, but if you look at it, right? I mean, if I were the student, right? You know, of course, I would like to ensure that my future would be, you know, in the area that are going to be there for foreseeable future, right? I don't want to take a certain degree that maybe join a certain profession that might be obsolete, yeah, the moment I enter the workforce. That's the last thing that I would like to have. I mean, if I observe, I mean, again, in the recent time with the advance of technology and all, we are living in the area of data, right? Big data. Yeah, big data. I mean, the explosion of data, the variety of data, and so forth. So at the moment, data is already known to be a new currency, right? Some people even refer it as a new oil. So I foresee whatever we do, yeah, in the future, if not already now, is always evolve around data. So what I advise to my friends, to my students, even to my children, you know. So please choose something that you know, going to be relevant, going to be valid, and I believe the core would be something around data. right? So it's machine learning, data analytic, AI, right? And there will be a lot more so-called like new roles created around this topic around data. Yeah. I'm not saying that other domain will be diminished, but I feel they will be adjusted. Yeah, they will be so-called like modified. Yeah, to evolve around data or analytics. I think that's my personal opinion, and only time will tell whether this is going to be realized or not.
So, Fadeni, just like India has this huge pool of engineering talent, Indonesia has this huge pool of design talent. People are naturally inclined to art, design, aesthetics, etc. Is there an opportunity for Indonesia with AI, because AI tends to be a little more tech agnostic in some areas? Is there an opportunity for Indonesia to create a space for itself with a design specialization?
Well, I do believe that, yeah, because of course every country have their own uniqueness, right? There will be a requirement for local wisdom. We cannot just adapt any solution as it is. You always need to modify or customize, localize, right? So in any kind of like interaction, user interface, UI UX, in which the design is a key component of that, is pretty much required. So now in every business, every interaction requires this kind of like a very great design in terms of user interface. And I have foreseen, the interface, the design tend to be kind of like customized or localized. Whatever working in other countries, right? For example, like in China, they like everything to be very, very busy. Red colors. Indonesia is something different. Other countries something different. So I believe from that angle, the talent around design still play a big role, and I believe the design of Indonesia can play a big part. Yeah, at the moment it's mostly on the physical aspect. Yeah, but then I think going forward, moving into digital, we have been talking about this, a blockchain, NFT. Yeah, and I think this is a new space that even many, IP owners, including designers or songwriters or whatever, or painters, will embark on this, and I think the level playing field is going to be neutral going forward. Whoever find the right space, they are going to dominate this space.
So Shaik, I remember coming to your office nearly 2 years ago, and you had this mass of trainees who were being trained by your company, even though they had some computational knowledge or some AI knowledge or computer science knowledge. This is a lot like how people who pass engineering or MBA have to be made job ready because they are educated, but they are not yet employable. Now, in AI, do you think that, or maybe just expand it a little bit more to some of the other leading technologies? In AI, is it time that educators started teaching specializations? Like engineering has mechanical, chemical, computer science. Should AI go through industry domain specializations to make people more job ready?
I don't think that's possible, to be very honest, because information or what we do, academia kind of follows industry, and even in the industry, this is not yet fully ready. For academia to know what to teach and how to teach becomes very difficult. Right now, in India, for example, we work with 15 different colleges and 3 different universities, and they are already teaching machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing in college to an extent, but it's fairly theoretical. Now, what we do is we hire from all these colleges every year. About 6,000 students apply, and we select about 25 to 30 of them. And then what we do is, for over a period of 1 year, we train them because it's specific to the kind of thing that we do. And if you notice, that will not happen so easily if the college were to train, because they don't have the specific data set or the specific understanding of the use cases which are evolving right at the edge right now, right? So we do that training, and then what we do is we already take candidates who are good, but we make them better. And then through this process, we build a lot of advanced technology as well.
Thanks, Shai. I think your presentation from Komal and the insights by Bardeni were absolutely spot on for our audience. They would have gained a lot. I must commend you and Komal on the kind of product companies you have built, world-class product companies from a country which is not exactly known for tech products, it's known for tech service. So, my congratulations for that. I wish you the very best. Thank you very much to you, Komal and Bardeni. Wish you the very best. And with that, Shoaib, we'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shai. Okay, so while we get Shoaib back, I think the next session is scheduled for about half an hour from now. So that is a session for, I think, Microsoft that Sachin Gopalan will lead. So we'll rejoin in about 25 minutes from now. Thank you, everybody. Look forward to seeing you again on the other side. See you in about 25 minutes. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the 8th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. We've had a morning of great discussions and insightful observations about the global picture in terms of the geopolitical economic situation post-COVID-19 and also the investment opportunities in Indonesia. One of the key sectors that will drive technology and innovation in Indonesia, of course, over the years will be education. Education in terms of preparing the youth of today for tomorrow and to fully leverage on Indonesia's unique opportunity to game change its economy, its society, and of course, its environment. We're very happy this afternoon to have with us a panel of very distinguished speakers, both from the Ministry of Education as well as Microsoft, which is partnering with the Indonesia Economic Forum this year. To get the panel going, I'd like to introduce Mr. Sachin Gopalan. Mr. Sachin Gopalan is the co-founder of Orbit Future Academy and director of Orbit Ventura Indonesia. Sachin is a very close friend and a partner with the Indonesia Economic Forum. He's also a co-founder of the forum, and he's been in Indonesia for many, many years. Has a very deep and broad understanding of the country, of its economy, of its people, and of course, of its education system. Sachin, welcome, and thank you for joining us at the Indonesia Economic Forum.
Well, thank you, Shoaib. I'm very happy to be here today, especially in the company of some very good people who are experts in education. I'd like to actually give a little bit of a background. This session is all about preparing for the tech revolution in education, research, and technology. I think it's a very important topic because education somehow runs at the foundation of everything that we do in terms of providing talent for the future, which, as you know, without talent, there is no future. I'm very happy that this session is actually in its 8th year. We are covering education again every year. We have, in fact, always focused on being a thought leadership platform where ideas are curated and on Economic Forum, and they are practiced by the industry in the year, and we've seen that consistently happening. A lot of the discussions on the Education Forum, the Economic Forum, etc., are centerpieces into how people understand the space, mainly because of the very qualified speakers who come and grace the Economic Forum. Just a little bit of information that today we have a curated audience of about 50 plus people who are involved in the Q&A, and the questions will be coming to me as a moderator. And this whole session goes live on YouTube Live and Facebook Live to more than 2,000 participants who are registered from across Indonesia and 19 countries. So we'll get started right away. I'd like to introduce my panel today. We have with us Professor Nizam. Professor Nizam is the Director General for Higher Education, Research and Technology. Professor Nizam has been, as you know, he's a very famous personality in the space of education who has been playing a very important role in transforming the whole space of higher education in the last 2 years. And we can see many of the initiatives of Nizam out there in the market with an engagement with more than 140 different kinds of companies. In fact, there are over thousands of companies that participate in all the various programs that he's put together, including internship, independent learning, etc. So welcome, Professor Nizam.
Thank you.
We also have the Director General of Vocational Education, Pak Wikan Sakarito. I have had the pleasure to know Pak Wikan since many years now, and he has a very unique way of putting together how vocational education has to be structured in a way that it is relevant to the industry. And that's a very important piece today because that whole meaning of being relevant to industry has changed. It's no longer what it was 10 years ago. The industry has changed. There needs to be a way for the education system to fit into that. And Pak Wikan works on that. We'll get to hear a lot of insights from him today. So I welcome you, Professor Wikan.
Hello, nice. Thank you very much, Pak Sachin.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. And our third panelist, I'd like to warmly welcome Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor is the K-12 education consultant for Microsoft. As you know, Microsoft is one of the leading firms in the world, not only in software and development of technology, but also in education. And Ann is here looking after this whole region. She is right now based out of New Zealand, and she's locked down from New Zealand, but she has plans to visit Indonesia because Indonesia is one of the large markets which we believe we can contribute a lot and help. So welcome, Anne.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started right away. So let me give you a little background on what is this panel about. So, you know, digitalization and technology are the twin drivers of Indonesia's desire to become a modern nation. We've been talking about this for several years now. It is clear that research is the driver of innovation in the new tech era. Many of the new technologies that have emerged over the past decade have been a result of research and collaboration between educational institutions, the academia, private sector players, and government departments. The key, however, is finding the right collaboration model between all stakeholders. Education must prepare human resources that are capable of handling technology. Research must lead to new innovations that have commercial value, that can be monetized by companies and startups. All these point to investment in nurturing talent, because that's your starting point. Universities and institutions of higher learning can provide talent, not just in students, but also in the faculty, right? Corporations can provide the necessary funding. Government agencies can act as a bridge by offering incentives and a conducive environment for all this sector to grow. This panel, we hope, will explore models and ideas that can help to create the right environment that will enable education, research, innovation, startups, tech players, academia to work and collaborate seamlessly and contribute to the economic and social progress of Indonesia. So with that in mind, my elite panel here today will engage in a fireside chat kind of a format so that we can talk about ideas, we can talk about what we believe and opinions, etc., which we help can put a good narrative to this whole how to go about preparing for the tech revolution. So Professor Nizam, I'm going to start with you. The question I have for you, if you could just give us a little background on, you know, the Higher Education Directorate is the closest in the role of preparing youth to be ready for joining the future workforce, because you're one step away. In the campus placements is when people get into jobs, and matching them, etc., is a specific area that we have to really focus on. So my question to you, Pa, is in Indonesia, what specific areas of tech revolutions are you focusing on, which you think is suitable for Indonesia? Because, you know, there are things like digital skills, technology skills, so many things, but there must be some specialization. So what's your view on that, Pa?
Yeah, thank you very much, Sachin. It's a great opportunity for me to share with you. First of all, I agree with you that higher education is the last link between education and the professional world. So it's very important to make sure that there is no broken link between the education and the professional world. And to make sure that there are no broken links, we have to marriage between the two. We have to really combine the two, not just linking, but combining between higher education and the professional world. That's one. Because we believe that talent is the future. So competitive talent will be competitive future. So to make sure that we have a future competitive, we have to have a competitive talent pools. And if we talk about the future, there are three important things, I believe. This is also the directives of the president. One is the sustainable future, green. Second, for Indonesia, 70%, more than 70% of Indonesia is ocean. So blue technology and blue economy. And thirdly, digital economy. So these three things will be our emphasis in preparing the talent for the future. So all directed towards sustainable development. Second, directed toward marine economy or blue ocean economy. And third, technology. So those areas are the main emphasis in developing the future talent. In addition to that, actually looking at Indonesia, if you look at Indonesia, from regions to regions, province to province, even from village to village, you find very diverse creativity, whether in arts, in folklore, in dress, in whatever. So this indicates one important element of the future economy, creativity. So all those four elements, we should optimize and combine to prepare for the real skill of competitive future talents. So this is my answer, Sachin.
You make a very good point, Panisam. Having that focus is everything, because there's a tendency to approach this like tackling the whole elephant when you actually need to attack it part by part, right? So I really commend that approach, and if people understand where you're going, there will be a lot of synergy that can be formed. Thank you, Pa. I'll come back to you. I want to now go to Pavikan. Pavikan, in this Vocational Skills Directorate, I know that personally, I know a lot of some of the things that you're doing, but I'd like you to share with the audience about how you're getting ready for the tech revolution. What is your approach, and what are the plans in the coming year? What are the immediate steps that you're doing, which is actually aligning yourself with what Pa Nizam talked about? Silakan, Pa.
Okay, thank you very much, Pa Sachin. Before I answer your questions, I would like to briefly introduce about the vocational educations.
Yes.
We cover not only higher educations, but also high schools in vocational. Okay. To answer your questions, basically, I totally agree with Pak Nizam explanations about his concept and everything, but I would like to add more specifically in terms of vocational educations. Of course, I consistently would like to explain about the link and match. Link and super match. Link and also it should be matched. Sometimes it's already linked but not matched. Sometimes our graduates absorbed by the industry or the company, but not to satisfy them. It's not too satisfying. So it's not only the quantity but also the quality. How to satisfy? How to exactly we cook what exactly industry want. We cook what industry exactly want. And link and match, I would like to say, I would like to call it link and match 8+I. So there are 8 aspects minimally. First is curriculum to be made, to be designed, and to be approved together with industries. So we have to prepare this, enough space within the curriculum to be insert with the industrial things. So industries should be within the curriculum. Next thing is project-based learning to be very much within the curriculum, because by means of the project-based learning, not only fake project, but real project-based learning, then it will lead to the creating soft skills, leaderships, and of course, hard skills following. So vocational is not only hard skills, it should be more on leadership, soft skills, character, attitude, and etc. So project-based learning should be really dominating within the curriculum. Number 3 is that teacher from industries. So we have to have a lot of people, experts, professional from industry to be our teacher, to be our lecturers. Number 4, of course, is internship. Minimally 1 semester, minimum 1 semester. Number 5, certificate of competence should be designed together with the industries. Number 6, our teachers should be regularly updated and trained by industry. Number 7, research, applied research. In more particular, applied research should start from the beginning, should start from the end, start from the real case, and to come up with the real product and to be delivered to the market or to the society or to industries. Publications, it's kind of important, but what comes more important is product, real product. Product, not only product put in the under the table, but should be delivered to the industry, to the market, and etc. But if the researcher want to publish, then it's fine. But don't think only publications, it's enough. And last but not least, number 8, the commitment to absorb the graduates by industry. So those 8 aspects, I call it 8+I. I can be anything. That's the thing that I would like to see in Indonesia, more in vocational educations. But before that, mindset of the leader of the schools, leader of the campus, the teachers' mindsets should be a different way of delivering the material for project-based learning. I think that's more important.
So are these being practiced in some kind of program that is being put together, or is it already institutionalized across the vocational schools? Means, are these coming through in a program approach, like there is a Campus Merdeka approach, which is a programmatic?
Yeah,
or is
program,
it? Yes.
Yeah, the program could be in Merdeka Belajar or Kampus Merdeka or Matching Fund or Competitive Fund or SMK Pusat Keunggulan, can be in anything program, but that's the recipe. So we make the recipe together, we cook together, and just let them try. If they are not satisfied, okay, just come back again. Let's fix up the recipe of the food and etc. So we do together with industry. That's the thing from the beginning.
So this is a very good framework. The way I see it, it's a framework that allows you to experiment a lot, learn and continuously know about the requirements of the industry. I understand where you're going with that. So I'm going to actually come to Anne now, and I'll be back with you, Vikan, because I understand you have a hard stop. So I'm going to come to you a little earlier, Vikan. And Microsoft has been at the forefront of partnerships in technology with many companies around the world. It's not just Microsoft in education, but Microsoft in software. But Microsoft is involved in hardware, and these are the partnerships which kind of tell us what's happening. So, what's your view of what is the world that is unfolding ahead of us, and how do you connect that to how K-12 should be preparing for it?
Yeah, and thank you, Sachin, and Pa Nizam and Pa Wikan. Really interesting concepts, and that is exactly the way that we are thinking at Microsoft. It is absolutely about industry certifications, about industry such as Microsoft working with you such as education systems to ensure that the students that you have coming through your institutions have the skills to get the jobs. And your point, Pa Wikan, is so true. It's not just about those technical skills or those role-based skills. There's so many components from a soft skill side of it. So the way that you're thinking about it is absolutely the way that we're thinking about it. So our mission at Microsoft is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And that mission is an enduring mission. And it drives everything that we do, and it's about everything that we are. And in today's world with the global pandemic, it's just changed things quite dramatically, as we all know. And so a couple of the statistics, I'm getting a bit of background. Is that on my end or? No, it seems to have stopped. A couple of statistics that really hold true to everything that you're saying is that 65% of today's students will work in jobs that don't yet exist. So that's huge. How do our educators, how do our teachers, how do our system leaders, how do our school leaders actually plan for the future and train those educators to teach for jobs that don't even exist? And the other one that is amazing, and this is where I think there is so much opportunity for countries such as Indonesia to take advantage, but there will be 149 million new tech and tech-enabled jobs across industries. So how do you make sure that you're training those students? And I've been working very closely with the team around Campus Merdeka, and that is world leading with regard to that industry integration. We have certifications that are industry recognized certifications that are being demanded by the customers and partners that we work with in countries such as Indonesia. So the fact that you're actually getting your students through that type of training, getting them the certifications, it is just absolutely fantastic. To your question, Sachin, who do we partner with? We partner with governments, we partner with NGOs, we partner with schools, with educators, with system leaders, and we have amazing programs to support that professional development. We don't teach teachers how to use the tech, we actually teach teachers how to integrate the technology into their pedagogy. So they really are able to digitally transform the way that they teach and the way that the students learn. So back to you, Sachin.
Sure. So, and I got your point. It's interesting that you are basically whatever you bring to the table is agnostic of the sectors, because you are helping to bring about a change in the entire system and can be applied across any sector. But to the point which Vikan was talking about earlier about link and match, and the opportunity here is to link and match with industry. Microsoft has actually all the companies in the world, right, who are your customers. So do you think there's an opportunity to collaborate on helping to link with customers of Microsoft? Therefore, Microsoft becomes like a facilitating role.
Absolutely. And we're doing that with a number of countries around the region as well. And there are different models as to how we do that. But the concept of internships, the concept of projects and the real world projects, that's just outstanding. And also the concept of research. I loved what you're saying. The research shouldn't just be a white paper that sits under the table. It should actually be a product, or it should be a service, or it should be something that the academic working with industry can actually take to market. And the other piece I want to pick up on is the comment from Pa Nizam around the creativity. That is again key. We can teach role-based, but how do you teach creativity? And people think of creativity differently these days. I mean, when you think about coding and you think about data science and you think about AI, artificial intelligence, and you think about all of those types of technologies, that's creative. One of the technologies that we have is Minecraft, and I'm sure that lots of people in the audience and online know about Minecraft. We're doing a lot of work within education systems with Minecraft because it allows the students to be truly creative in a world which is a virtual world, which is a Minecraft world, which they know and they love. And one of the projects that we did in New Zealand, which is very close to my heart, is we created our own Ngā Motu, which is Maori, is our Indigenous people and culture in New Zealand. And we created a world that was a Te Ao Māori world. So our students were actually able to immerse themselves into a world that they could really relate to because it looked like New Zealand and had the culture. Back to you, Sachin.
Okay, fantastic. Panizam, I'm going to ask Vikan to go first because he has a hard stop. So then we'll continue with Panizam and Anne. So Vikan, over to you. Would you like to react to that, what Anne said?
Oh yeah. I'm very much glad to hear Bu Anne mention about it's quite exactly what we do. Is it's very much quite similar to what Bu Anne think. Yes, speaking of how to create the graduates with creativities, with the soft skills like communications, leadership, critical thinking, again creativity, presentation skills, and etc. Teamwork. It's easy to say. I keep mentioning this to all teachers, vocational in Indonesia. It's easy to say that, okay, soft skills, attitude, characters is important, but the fact is that within the curriculum and the way to deliver the material, it's still too much hard skills or technical skills. And that has to do with the mindset of the teachers. I keep pushing them. It's not like that. Just make what Bu Anne said, 65% unknown or unpredictable jobs. That's the thing that our young generation will deal with in the future. So how can we set up a concrete technical skills now to prepare something that we don't know? So more important thing is that soft skills, leadership, teamwork, communication skills, creativity, critical thinking. And I keep mentioning them, please, project-based learning. Project-based learning with the real world challenge within the projects set up in the class and make the students into working in groups and just let them to come up with the real product that satisfy the customers while they learn the technical skills. So it's more contextual. Yeah. So rather than we set up many things as a technical within the curriculum, which is something maybe 80% will be useless in the future. Please project-based learning, and that's the things. It's very difficult to change the mindsets of teachers, but we are working on that. We are working on that so hard. But we have to do that.
Yeah. So, you brought up a very important point, Pavikan, educators, and how do we change the mindset of educators? How about the skills of educators? What do you think should be done there so that they can upskill them?
Yeah, of course. Our educators, our teachers should be trained by a technical skill, and that's that we do now. We train the teachers, but not only technical. For example, teacher for electronics or teacher for mechatronics. Yeah. They are trained with the material of, for example, Arduino, PLC, and microcontrollers. But we ask them, when you come back to your schools, please, you should be able to create the scenario of the project-based learning. So please, you should be able to find the real project from industries and set up a scenario as a real challenge within your class, and do not always teach, but sometimes you just sit as a facilitator, or sometimes you can perform as a mentor, or sometimes you can perform as a supervisors and come back as a teacher and maybe change back to facilitators and maybe bro or sis. So that's the thing that we are not trying to train our teachers, not only technical skill, but also how they can deliver a project-based learning scheme scenario within the class with the real project. If the students group or a group can come up with the real product that satisfies the customer, no pass. You cannot pass, unfortunately. So the real work to be set up within the class.
Yeah. So, you bring about collaborative learning and project-based learning as two important components. Do the teachers have a way of learning this, how to teach, how to run such programs? Or do they have like digital skills? Because, you're just coming out of a pandemic, and there's been a lot of requirement for knowing how to use digital skills in the classroom, etc. Can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing there?
Yeah. We train the teachers in with the material of course digital technology, of course. Yeah. Because we have to prepare a million digital talent. Yes. For sure, and that, of course, it's kind of naive if our teacher cannot perform as a technical in terms of technical aspects. Of course, it's kind of naive, but how to train our teacher? Same thing. They should do the real project during they follow the training. But again and again, once they got trained by the technical aspects, we also train how they set up a scenario, a real project-based learning within their class.
Okay. So, Pavikan, I understand that you have a hard stop. So I won't stop you until you let me know that if you have to leave now.
Yeah, I'm very sorry, Pak Sachin, Prof. Nizam, Bu An. I have to leave now because I have a meeting with Pak Minister.
Yes. Thank you so much, Pavikan. I really look forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With you, Pa.
Yes. Yeah, please be apologized. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Pavikan. We will continue now this discussion because I think, Pa Nizam has similar issues with the higher education where the educators need to be brought up to speed so that they can do what they are needed to do when they're dealing with more mature students who are in university and college, whose expectations are much higher, etc. Pa Nizam, would you like to comment on what was discussed just now?
Yes, indeed, Sachin. So I think my task is how to make university relevant and fun again. Yeah. So that is the most important things. Make university relevant and fun again. Yes. So by bringing the classroom into more co-creations rather than lecturing or feeding students with new knowledge or with things that they can learn from any source anyway. You can just go into YouTube, into Coursera, Udemy. So what is important is co-creation within the classroom. Project-based, case-based learning, that is the most important thing. And to do that, we plan for the next semester to bring professional into the classroom. So rather than teachers teaching in the front of the classroom should be transformed in an active discussion with a professional coming in and together with the professors to discuss things, challenge in the industry, challenge in the society, in the community, and bring them as a discussion, as a project. And then based on the theory, they develop the solutions. And another thing is that it is very important. In the past, we work in silo. Students from engineering could not learn about marketing, could not learn about business, about sociology. Now we break all those walls. Through Campus Merdeka, students can do collaborative, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary. So make that cross-disciplinary approach, multidisciplinary approach as one of the new way we do higher educations. Project-based learning or capstone design project for every subject, we promote to be solve collaboratively, not just a single study program or single department, but multidisciplinary. For instance, even we talk about, say, electric vehicle. There's many things, not only engineering goes into that aspect. Psychology, economy, sociology, how the community perceive about electric vehicle. So that sort of things. So we bring the real world problems in the classroom. Case-based, project-based, not only from a single disciplinary approach, but through multidisciplinary view of looking at things. Yeah. And in doing that, I believe that technology can help in doing the collaborations, the communications, not only across faculty, across department, but even across university and across country. So that is what I believe will be the future of higher educations, where co-creations of things are happening real time, regardless of space and time. So that is what we are aiming at and transforming into.
Yeah. So Pak Nizam, you made some very good points, and I'd like Anne to react to that, to what Pak Nizam just said.
Yeah, thank you, and really valid point, Panizam. And one thing a note I took when you first talked was about the blue economy. I absolutely love that concept of a blue economy. And a couple of the programs that we do at Microsoft really talk to the sustainable development goals. And it's around a project called Imagine Cup. And it might be something we should talk about from a Campus Merdeka perspective, because it's really about groups of students working together to solve some of the world's most pressing problems through development and through using technology. So it really talks to a lot of those concepts that you talked about, whether it be with the really personalized learning and collaborative learning, whether that's for students or whether that's for teachers. And similarly, what we do with Imagine Cup is we bring those professionals from industry to help support some of the teams and some of the universities. So it does really talk to a lot of what you raised. The working in silos, that's just exacerbated tremendously through the COVID situation and through the lockdowns around the world. So what we think about from a Microsoft perspective is this concept of hybrid and blended teaching and learning. So how do you support better learning outcomes? How do you transform that classroom time? How do you, if that is even classroom time, and how do you do it with technology that's easy to manage from an educator perspective or from an academic perspective? And again, I think you touched on this around the capstone projects. I mean, I was having a conversation with a university in Singapore, and that is exactly what they are looking at as capstone projects. And we have a platform called Microsoft Learn, and that is our learning platform. And there is a significant amount of content within Microsoft Learn for all of the Microsoft technologies. And this particular capstone project was around data and data science. And so the students would actually do the learning within the Microsoft Learn platform, and then they would do that with the educators, with the lecturers, because we were actually training them first. Then the students would do the learning, and then they would do a capstone project, and industry would be involved in that. So the way that you're thinking is leading edge and innovative. So I applaud you for that.
Thank you, Anne. Now we want to actually talk to Panizam a little bit about the second half. We've covered education quite well. But science and technology, I believe, is a very important link here, because that's basically going to make up what the nation is all about in the future, right? Every country has a certain, I would say, economic background, or you would say signature. And Indonesia has a chance to redefine what it wants to be in the next 10, 20 years. So the merging of the research and technology portfolio into the Ministry of Education is the thing we'd like to understand a little bit about. Because, you know, people look at it in many ways. It should be with education, or it should be with Ministry of Industry, or it should be, you know, there are so many ways of doing this. But obviously, a lot of thought has gone into this, and the portfolio is with you. So could we hear a little from you about how do you see this whole thing playing out? What are the pros and cons in your view, etc.? Over to you, Panizam.
Yes, thank you, Sachin. It is very exciting. Another part of the university is very exciting. Yeah. As we believe university everywhere has at least two missions. One is to prepare the future talent, preparing talent pools. And secondly, as the hotbed for innovations, for the creation of new science, technology, so innovation, which basically one of the important role of university is on research and development toward innovations that go into the community, to the society, to the industry. And this role now become complete. Before it is like two parts of the coin in a separate ministry. Now it go into one ministry. It's for the academia. So in my perspective, Indonesia is a bit unique, different from the developed countries where industry already aware of the importance of innovations, the importance of research and development. Unlike not Indonesia yet, because many of the industry in Indonesia is very much still depends on license, and multinational companies, usually research is done in the principal countries. So getting the industry aware of the importance of innovations is the main point that I attack. So I have to make sure that industries, business aware the importance of investing in innovations. And for that, we have prepared a platform we launched earlier this year. We call it Kedai Reka. It's a matchmaking platform where industry, business can come with their problems, with their issues, with their agenda, and let university answer that problems. Because in the past, if we do research from technical readiness level 1, 2, 3, we go up the ladders for 8 years until it mature to TRL 8, for instance, and we bring to the industry, it is very difficult to open their doors because they just don't have the idea of what this innovation is will be meaningful to my business. I don't care about what you do. So we do not want to have that all over and over again. So we have to bring industry from the beginning. What is your agenda? Let me solve together with you. We have 300,000 lecturers, researchers in university. We have 8.7 million students. They're talents that can do research. They can have all the energy, all the creativity. What is needed is the questions. Just bring us the questions. What is the problems? Bring us the problems. We will work together to find the solution. So my first call to industry is, please, innovation is your future. Without innovation, there is no sustainability. Without innovation, there is no growth. And for that, we are ready to support you. And for that, government not just ask you to come to university, but we also provide resources. We provide matching fund. If you have commitment, say $1, we'll put the same dollars to the university. So that is the strategic approach we are doing now. And this year we put resource for 250 billion rupiah in the matching fund program. And within 2 months, all gone, because the industry is very excited. And the call from industry 5 times the resource that we have. So next year we will make it 5 times of what we prepare for this year, Sachin.
Fantastic, Panizam. You actually have given me a very concise view of the entire purpose behind how this alignment is taking place. So, Panizam, with your long experience in education, would you be able to project, building this pipeline? Because of course you can work with the number of 8.7 million students today and the several hundred thousand faculty members. But there is an issue about the pipeline that is feeding into this, because these students won't be students beyond 4 or 5 years. Then you'll have new students coming in. So we have to start looking several steps behind, and then you go into K-12. So do you have any advice for people in K-12, like Anne is in K-12, and we have a lot of work going on in K-12. Do you see it from somebody who is taking from the K-12 system into your system? What do you think the K-12 system should be doing? Maybe they're not doing it already, but there could be some advice from you about that.
Yes, indeed, Sachin. So we are doing that exactly through the Campus Merdeka. One of the Campus Merdeka program is Campus School to Schools. We send our kids, our students, university students, into elementary schools even.
Okay.
We start bring the dreams of university even at the elementary schools. Okay. On digital literacy, on the new technology, on the new literacies that is not yet available. The teachers in remote village might not be even aware of the technology exists.
Yeah.
So we bring that into the classroom. This is as part of the bringing the link to building the bridge between the K-12 to the university. And of course, we also, teachers are all results from university. They all study in university. So that is also another important things. But at the same time, we put like the competencies of today, the 4.0 industrial revolutions literacy down to the elementary schools through our students as the ambassador from university to the schools. And they not just spend 1 day to day in the classroom, they spend 1 full semester in the classroom, supervised by the professor from university, and with, of course, working together with the teachers in remote schools.
Yeah. So, and some views from you?
I just want to add, it's amazing, Sachin. The students are very creative, like in places in school where no internet connection. Then the student bring radio frequency and transform it into digital communications. Wow. Amazing. I didn't realize that they can do that with just a radio, and then he can transfer all the pictures and digital materials just using the radio wave. It's amazing.
Fantastic. So that is actually the usage of technology and innovation right there in your backyard.
And applied technology and applied problem solving.
Yes, exactly. And
yeah, love that. I absolutely love that. Using the students at university to go into the elementary schools to actually excite the students in the elementary schools about the possibilities around technology. And I'm sure that what that's doing is it's also supporting the educators in those schools to learn from the students that are coming in as well. So I think that that's fantastic. From a Microsoft perspective, we have some incredible programs, and we're running a number of those programs already in Indonesia. We have a certification. We've talked a lot about industry certifications, and we have a certification that is the Microsoft Certified Educator. And that is, again, it's really around how do you teach with technology? How do you ensure that the students are learning with technology? And I hear what you're saying, Parnizam, about some of these students and schools don't have the technology or have access to the technology, but we work and we cover that type of situation that they might be faced with. So the Microsoft Certified Educator is an industry certification that our teachers around the world aspire to and they get. It's not easy, but it's a very, very well thought of certification. We also have a number of programs for educators. We have a program called the Microsoft Innovative Educator Program, and that again is for teachers who are doing innovative things with technology. They're not necessarily just good at certain aspects of the Microsoft technology, but they're very good at integrating the technology into their pedagogy, into their teaching and learning. And then we have showcase schools, who are schools that are doing amazing things with regard to that digital transformation from a technology perspective. So there's lots and lots of different opportunities that we have and different programs that we have across the Microsoft portfolio and suite.
So, Parnizam, I wanted to actually ask you this about, the readiness of educators. What's your view on what should be the approach or the first steps should be focused on bringing up the educators, or because you have so many other initiatives already falling in place, right? And over a period of time, it will be more stronger and stronger. Do you think there should be a special push towards bringing the educators who have been in the system for many, many years, who may not actually be, the same educator you might hire tomorrow? You might be looking for a different type of an educator to be recruited. So how do you manage this mismatch? And do you think some efforts need to go into that?
Yes, Sachin. Two ways that currently we are doing to send our educators at the high education, to send them to the industries, to the professions. So we actually, in addition to sending students, we also send teachers out of the campus to shape up with new things from the professional world. And at the same time, we bring professionals to the classroom, two-way. So in that new technology, new development in the profession, challenges can be the discussions in the classroom, in the laboratory, and become the agenda of the researchers, become part of the discussions of the discourse in campus. So you want to make campus not as an ivory tower, but as a spring where everyone can be fresh and grow. Co-creation is the key word. To work together in shaping the future, bring technology to prepare for the society 5.0, the community that is enhanced, empowered by technology, co-creating the future together between university, academia, and the community and the profession world, with the industries and the everyone, every stakeholders, all stakeholders come together. It is for the sake of the industry that we have to. It is in the interest of the industry to make sure that the talent coming out from university fit with what they need. It is in the interest of industry to make sure that the innovation from university fit with what they need. It's important to bring them to the university to avoid that mismatch that one side go to the left, the other go to the right. You have to go to the same directions.
And any views on that?
I completely concur, 100%. Couldn't have said it any better.
Okay, so Anne, I'm going to ask you, we are coming close to the end of this whole panel discussion. So, one of the questions that we had always has been, Indonesia. So I'll post it to both of you, Parnizam as well as Anne. Indonesia's geographical spread, 34 provinces, 3 time zones, so many different ethnicities, and there's also inequality in economic growth, or I would say economic situation. There are rich provinces and there are not so rich provinces who don't have that much resources. Population is also skewed in a very different way. Access between the countries is difficult because it's a maritime land. Therefore, in providing internet access across the whole nation, you need to work with companies like Telkomsel. In fact, they were there yesterday in our session in Economic Forum, and we heard a fantastic plan from Telkomsel how they're going to introduce 5G into Indonesia, and that's aimed at actually having a very strong focus on providing education access. So things like that, a lot of moving pieces of the puzzle are happening, and it's happening in pieces here and there. So, Pak Nizam, I'm sure this is one of the challenges that even you would have thought about. What do you think should be some of the things we should all consider when we look at the expanse of Indonesia and doing a just and a fair way of providing these kind of opportunities to everybody across the whole nation, and not only be in top tier cities, etc.? How do you approach that, Pak Nizam? And I'll come to you, and also.
Yes, Sachin. I think now access to information is almost human right. Everyone has to get access to informations, to internet, basically. And I have think about that in the past 10 years when I was in charge for the Indonesia Higher Education Research Network in Heran. I dream of having the education network in which every student can get access to the broadband internet anywhere at affordable costs, hopefully for free. And it needs the working together. I believe that actually it is possible through dark fiber, for instance, access capacity of telcos, make it available for health, for social issues. And then the last mile, we can use broadband connection. And it should be universally available for everyone through EduNet, for instance. And that, I mean, it's a very, very urgent to be realized. And it needs to come together between the telcos industries, government, and the academia and community. The technology is there, the infrastructure is there, it is just the willingness. And we should see from the business point of view, it will not make their business collapse. Even it will make it grow bigger for the telecom companies. But if they still think of the business as usual, they already in the comfort zone in providing service for connection, then it would work. But if they think of the future, the new business of the future is shared economy. If that is the way they think, I think we can work together and make that reality, Sachin.
Good point, Pa Nizam. Anne, what's your view on this? Because, Microsoft has faced this in many other markets, right? It's not the first time that you're looking at how technology should be, enabling access across wide geographies.
Absolutely. And we would do that in partnership with the telcos, with the government, and with the NGOs. So that is a very defined area of our business that's based around philanthropies, and we would absolutely do that with our philanthropies teams. And there would be numerous programs that we're already working on around the region and around the world with those partnerships. And there are a couple that we're talking to in specific countries. So we'd be very interested to talk to you, Pa Nizam, or anyone else that's listening, about what some of those partnerships might look like. So right back to your initial question, Sachin, it is about partnerships, and that's where Microsoft partners with organisations to support that kind of need with regard to accessibility. So when I think about accessibility within our products, that is as you said, Parnism, it's a human right. It should be there. And so the Microsoft technologies, things like the immersive reader or reading progress, they're all built into our technologies because, again, we believe that every single student and educator should have access to the technology, whether they have any kind of impairment, and accessibility should not be a reason for a student not to have access to the technology. So we put that front and centre along with trust and along with security. It's a very core component of everything that we do, accessibility. Back to you, Sachin.
Yeah. Thank you, Anne. The last question that I actually want to pose to both of you is that, Nizam, what would you have to say to the enterprise side of, the industry and the enterprise, Anne and all the other people in our audience? And same way, Anne, if you could end with what you believe the academia should do to work better with your side.
Yeah. To summarize my key points, Sachin, yes. We have to work gotong royong. We have to work together. It needs both partners to work together on the same issue, on the future, or our future. Our future depends on both sides. So co-creations, gotong royong, going together, working together, solving common problems will be of our interest. If we want to make a sustained future, if we want to make a happier planet for the future for our kids. Thank you.
Yes, and building on that, we want what's best for the students. It's not necessarily about working with Microsoft. It's how can we support you as an education system, and how can we support your educators and the educators that are listening to really make sure that the students have access to the technology that they need through the ministry. So we're here to support you with the teaching and learning, with the capability, with the devices, and really to empower every student on the planet to achieve their potential.
Okay, great. So we are at the end of the show, and it's 3 o'clock. So I'd like to thank Anne and Nizam for being here. I think there are some mild connectivity issues even now as we speak, because I believe in the last 2-3 days there's been a lot of disruption on the internet side. So thank you very much, Anne and Nizam, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you so much, and we'll be in touch again. Thank you so much, Pa.
Thank you.
So I'd like to continue the program. Yes, thank you, Anne. So I'd like to continue the program. We actually have some key messages from 2 other Director Generals who are here to give us some insight about how their ministries are adapting towards preparing for the tech revolution. So I'd like actually to ask Professor Muhammad Ali Ramdani, who is the Director General of Islamic Studies, to share some of his views on how we see the madrasas, which is a side of the education system that a lot of people don't know about. There are almost 96,000 madrasas in Indonesia, and they are also preparing for the tech revolution. So I'd like to ask Professor Ramdani to say a few words about this.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Salam Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam bahagia. Pendidikan pada dasarnya sebuah upaya yang dilakukan secara sistematis dan terstruktur untuk meningkatkan kapasitas sumber daya manusia yang diolah melalui metodologi-metodologi untuk mengungkit pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan tentu saja memiliki perilaku yang baik. Sebuah pendidikan adalah sebuah model untuk menghadirkan anak-anak yang menjadi raja pada dinamika zamannya, sehingga kita berharap setiap alumni lembaga pendidikan adalah mereka yang berada pada poros inti kemajuan sebuah bangsa. Mereka tidak berada pada pojok-pojok peradaban atau sudut-sudut kemajuan, tetapi mereka memainkan peran yang substantif dan signifikan di dalam proses pembangunan bangsa. Sehingga pendidikan diniscayakan untuk senantiasa mengadaptasi setiap dinamika lingkungan, agar kemudian kita mampu menghadirkan anak yang mampu selaras dengan dinamika zamannya. Dalam konteks kekinian, kita tentu saja memahami bahwa digitalisasi teknologi merupakan perangkat utama yang harus dipelajari dan menjadi bagian dari proses pembelajaran, di mana digital culture yang kemudian kita pahami melalui ruang peningkatan kapasitas, digital skill, digital safety, digital ethics itu harus menjadi bagian utuh dari keinginan kita untuk menghadirkan siswa-siswa yang kekinian. Untuk memperkokoh kompetensi siswa kita, maka di samping penguatan pada aspek-aspek yang substantif, yaitu ilmu pengetahuan dan nilai-nilai keagamaan, tetapi kita juga menghadirkan bagaimana kemudian siswa-siswa kita mengenal, menguasai dan memiliki ruang-ruang teknologi, sehingga diharapkan mereka menjadi bagian dari sebuah society atau masyarakat yang menikmati unsur-unsur digitalisasi dan modernisasi sebagai bagian dari hidupnya, agar kemudian mereka menjadi insan-insan yang senantiasa selaras dengan dinamika zaman. Penguatan pengokohan madrasah melalui teknologi informasi, ikhtiar-ikhtiarnya kita bangun dengan berbagai cara. Modal dan model pendidikan yang berbasis teknologi kita sudah terapkan pada seluruh jenjang pendidikan di madrasah, dari mulai madrasah ibtidaiyah, madrasah sanawiyah maupun madrasah aliyah. Bahkan untuk menguji, mengukur, mengevaluasi kepemilikan dan penguasaan mereka terhadap teknologi, kita melakukan berbagai kompetisi sains, kompetisi robot, untuk melihat dan mengukur secara nyata apakah insersi nilai-nilai teknologi ini telah menjadi bagian dari proses pembelajaran mereka. Ikhtiar ini tentu saja tidak bisa dilakukan secara sendirian oleh Kementerian Agama, maka kami mengajak seluruh stakeholders, baik dari unsur-unsur swasta maupun lembaga kementerian yang lain untuk ikut serta menopang kebijakan kita di dalam membangun sebuah program yang disebut dengan digitalisasi madrasah. Kerjasama dengan Orbit misalnya, dengan Microsoft, dengan Google, itu telah kita lakukan dengan harapan kontribusi dari mereka itu juga mampu menopang secara signifikan terhadap perkembangan anak-anak didik kita. Pada sisi lain, untuk menghadirkan model infrastruktur pembelajaran, kita juga melakukan kerjasama dengan Kemkominfo dengan program madrasah digital. Harapan kita, siswa madrasah kita terlayani secara substantif dan secara teknis, karena beberapa kawasan madrasah kita di Republik ini masih mengalami blank spot dalam ruang-ruang internet. Ibu dan Bapak, hadirin yang berbahagia, kita memandang bahwa pernikahan antara model-model konvensional dengan model-model yang berbasis teknologi itu menjadi penciri utama di dalam penguatan pendidikan kita. Betapa tidak ketika kita menghadapi sebuah pandemi musibah internasional COVID-19 yang menurut Bapak Presiden ini ibarat api. Pada satu sisi dia membakar, pada satu sisi lain dia menyinari. Hari ini kita didorong melalui pandemi untuk kemudian menghadirkan teknologi menjadi bagian dari proses pembelajaran kita. Dan ketika kita melakukan sebuah ikhtiar-ikhtiar ini, maka banyak hal yang bisa dilakukan oleh kita bersama di dalam penguatan digitalisasi madrasah ini. Kerjasama dunia usaha, terutama mereka yang bekerja di bidang digital, kemudian perguruan tinggi menghadirkan learning management system yang update pada satu sisi, yang pada sisi lain adalah user friendly karena penggunanya dimulai dari madrasah ibtidaiyah, itu harus menjadi penelitian yang khas dan khusus agar kemudian proses pendidikan yang berbasis digital ini mampu menyapa seluruh anak bangsa tanpa proses diskriminasi. Harapan saya melalui program-program digitalisasi, maka penguatan pada kompetensi siswa didik kita akan terakselerasi. Dan harapan kita untuk mewujudkan insan-insan yang selaras menjadi raja pada dinamika zamannya akan terwujud dengan segera. Saya kira demikian. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Mohon maaf atas hal-hal yang kurang berkenan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang. Om Santi Santi Om.
Terima kasih Pak Profesor Ali Ramdhani. Thank you very much for your words. I think this is one of the key aspects that we have seen here. Madrasas have a tremendous track record of being quite progressive, quite accomplished. In fact, many of these madrasas have got global achievements and global honors, awards won by its students, its teachers, etc. So this is I would say an important aspect of how education develops in a country like Indonesia, because the resources across the two different ministries are very different, applied very differently, but they somehow converge together in terms of using the same national curriculum and having a similar methodology and approach towards how they see preparation for the future. We also have with us Dr. Iwan Syaril, who is the Director General of Teaching Personnel in Indonesia, and I've had the good fortune of being working with Dr. Iwan for a few years now, and that's another area where you would see a tremendous change in thinking, change in approach, change in methodology, and how they apply the preparation of the teachers to be able to tango with all the plans that are being made by this trio of the academia, the government, as well as the industry. So let's hear Pak Iwan's insights right after this.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan Rahayu. Good afternoon, everyone, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to address my appreciation for all of us in this supportive forum, for the strategic thinkers, policymakers, expert communities, and civil organizations who have been collaborating in the Indonesia Economic Forum for the past 7 years to promote Indonesia's economic and social progress. I believe that this forum has been strategically important to deliver an environment that enables education, research, innovation, and tech players to work together and be involved in the future of our economic and social advancement. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic situation has affected us, our countries, our people, and in many aspects, not only in just some aspects. As we are fighting to overcome the challenges, we have set in a journey to learn, unlearn, and relearn the way that we implement our education. The government of Indonesia has quickly responded to COVID-19 impact by reallocating its 2020 budget for recovery needs, as well as applied several major policies in response to COVID-19 pandemic. We are also supporting teachers, parents, and students with their own challenges regarding with the new learning system. Each has met a different form of learning issues. And teachers are facing difficulties in distance learning, in classroom management, the dilemma for curriculum coverage, limitation in teacher-student interaction time, and limitation to internet access. Students have their own challenges. They face difficulties in concentrating, overwhelmed by assignments given by the teachers who tend to cover the curriculum. Students also experience stress, boredom, depression, and difficulty in accessing learning resources and lack of internet access. At the background of these perils, many countries are still lacking internet access. Indonesia, there are about 45% of Indonesians who live in rural areas. Unfortunately, with limited to no internet access, our task is to ensure that children need to continue learning. In the midst of these challenges, we keep going by holding on to the vision of Indonesia's education transformation, which is Merdeka Belajar, or emancipated learning. Where we foresee education is a way to promote freedom in thinking and be centered on the followings, which is about the student, and the student. Our education founding father, Ki Hajar Dewantara, has laid the foundation on these principles, Ing Ngarso Sung Tulodo, Ing Madio Mangunkarso, and Tuturi Handayani, which means that teachers should be role models, teachers need to strengthen the willpower, and teachers need to empower their students to be merdeka, to be independent, or self-regulated learners. Therefore, in the moment that where we are facing challenges and difficulties, our students should be at the center of all, especially when they are in need to develop their skills in literacy and numeracy, and our teachers should become an important key player to implement the emancipated learning. In one of our programs, Program Guru Penggerak, which is a education leadership program, where we encourage our teachers to have the mindset of to be comfortable with the uncomfortable, embracing uncertainties, accelerating the culture of innovation, to be learners that focusing on students, and to teach at the right level and to differentiate instruction. And the mindset to embrace the use of technology because it will accelerate the adoption of technology in improving teaching and learning. Technology has become very useful to enable teachers to operate from anywhere, anytime, in any situation. For the very first time, many teachers are using many online learning tools. We witness teachers experimenting with a lot of new ideas or new ways of learning. Yes, they are still learning, but at least they have taken the risk to try, and hopefully it will keep growing. And also in areas where internet is very limited, we see that teachers travel from door to door to visit their students to make sure that they're not deprived of knowledge. We have also improved an interactive learning process between teachers and students by a lot of innovation created by these teachers. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, in order to support schools to operate during the current situation, we have initiated a forum for teachers to learn and share called Guru Belajar dan Berbagi, which is an online platform for teachers to have like training and also to share lesson plans and lesson ideas to each other. Even in remote and underdeveloped regions, and some teachers already are engaged in Guru Belajar dan Berbagi. It's about more than 30% of teachers in the most difficult areas in Indonesia have already been very active in the Guru Belajar dan Berbagi. This has given us a hope that actually our teachers have the resilience to continue to move forward. And we realize that to do that, we can only create by the spirit of gotong royong, or not just about collaboration. Gotong royong has a deeper meaning, which is about the social empathy and social responsibility. And, ladies and gentlemen, the global hardship presents a great deal of learning. Nevertheless, it changes the way we see the better prospects to advance education quality. We have proven that education technology can be a great way to bridge the gap during the time of crisis like now, and provide more democratized access to a lot of students and also schools around Indonesia. While we realize that we still need to do a lot better in terms of preparing the infrastructure for education technology. But most important of all, teachers cannot be replaced, especially the good teachers. So they can never be replaced by technology. So we still believe that to prepare for better learning ecosystem for our schools, we need to strengthen the teachers and their capacity. Technology is a tool, but the teachers who can use the tool in a very good way, very effective way, will be the game changers for our ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, before closing the remarks, I would like to express again my gratitude to the Indonesia Economic Forum for bringing all of us together today. I look forward to seeing this forum again, to the fruitful discussion and insights, and most importantly, to the collaboration that sparked from this forum, as we call it, the Gotong Royong spirit. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya.
Pak Dr. Iwan Syahril for that. Unfortunately, he has to leave and we don't have time for a Q&A with Pak Ivan, but we do have the education forum roundtables that come up every month, and we'll have an opportunity once again to interact with the Director Generals. I, for one, am very pleased that we have actually had 4 Director Generals today involved in education. The Director General of Islamic Education, who gave us insights of what they're doing with the madrasas. We had the Director General of Higher Education, Professor Nizam, talked a lot about how higher education is reinventing itself, I would put it at that. And we had the Director General of Teacher Resources, which is Pak Ivan just now, talking about their commitment to improving the quality and capability of the educators, which I think is the first important step before we begin all of this. And lastly, we also had the Director General of Vocational Skills, who talked about a very important aspect of how working with the industry and working with enterprises is a core part of their strategy towards bringing a high level of competency into the education system. And the words of Pak Ivan at the very end was very true, that end of the day, the key word here is gotong royong, or the ability to work together for a common good and a common purpose, is something which Indonesia is very good at. And we've seen a perfect example of this happening in the education ministry across 2 ministries, Ministry of Religious Affairs, which also has the 96,000 madrasas, and the Ministry of Education, Research and Technology now, which has close to 500,000 schools across the country. So, you know, for Indonesia being the 4th largest education system in the world, with 50 million students, out of which 10 million students are in higher education, and 5 million teachers, out of which more than 3 million teachers are in K-12. This kind of effort that is needed to bring this industry to a leapfrog several years into being closer towards Industry 4.0 is not an easy task. And we are really, you know, I would say fortunate that we have a great team under the current Minister of Education, Pak Nadiem Makarim, who has mobilized a phenomenal effort into this area, which we believe is going to be truly transformational for Indonesia. Being part of the tech revolution can only start with education. That is the most important piece, or the link, that if left unresolved or unfulfilled, would not allow any of these dreams to actually materialize. So with that, I would like to end this education session. But before that, I would also like to close the day session today, starting from our early morning engagement with Pak Gita Wiryawan, who is, as you know, one of the most favorite speakers of the Economic Forum. He's been there every year since the last 8 years, and he's the most looked forward to speaker in our panel. And he started off the day with a very good idea of how the post-COVID world would impact everything that we're doing and what would be Indonesia's place in it, and various other factors which only thought leadership insights from people like him can tell us. And as we went through the day, we went through big sessions on several topics, climate change, AI, artificial intelligence, etc. And I think it's been a very fruitful second day for us. The Economic Forum, do not forget, has one more day to go. Tomorrow is the 3rd and the last day. And we open the day with Sandiaga Uno, as you know, is the charismatic Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. And we are going to actually hear a very important aspect of this entire narrative about what COVID has done to us, which is travel and tourism, whether tourism is for business or for holiday. End of the day, people moving around the world has been severely constrained, and all the countries around the world are approaching it in very different ways and being cyclical, going back and forth, going lockdown and then opening up. These are all making huge impact on everything that we do. And understanding from Pak Sandi's own words how the government and the private sector and the gotong royong of Indonesia are working together to try and find a solution, which may not be permanent solutions, but are starting solutions, is something to really look forward to tomorrow morning. So don't forget to log in tomorrow morning, starting from 9 o'clock. If you start logging in at 9:30, our sessions will begin. Have an interesting array of speakers tomorrow as well, starting with Pak Sandi. but we have several other topics. You can go to the Indonesia Economic Forum website to see the program for tomorrow, and all the speakers who are there are confirmed, so don't forget to be there. Looking forward to continue engaging with all of you on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live, and on the Zoom curated panel of interactions. This is Sachin Gopalan, co-founder of the Economic Forum, signing off. Enjoy the rest of your day and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you.